standards in the city of Nairobi.
And we begin this debate by just giving you a chance to tell Nairobians who you are and what your vision for the city is. I'll begin with you, Esther Waruga, in order of the ballot that was just done a few minutes ago. You're the first candidate to have your 2 minutes to tell the city who are you and what is your vision for Nairobi residents.
Thank you so much. My name's Esther Warenga Thairo. First of all, I would ask you to allow me to give thanks to God for who He is, and to give thanks to God for the plans He has for us as a nation, and also to give thanks to God for raising men and women who have taken this bold step to be counted by Him. I thank all of you, the viewers, and I thank those who are here with us. Special thanks goes to all social media services for giving us this opportunity to be able to present ourselves to the people so that the people can decide who they're going to vote for, who will be their leaders on August 9th. I begin by saying that if you look at Nairobi City right now, is a city that has its potential, a city that has a vibrant people who are willing to work, a city that has young youth, young men and women who are actually indulging into crimes in order to survive, and a city again that the corruption is at peak, a city again that has the looting being done by those we are electing. It is a very sad situation to see that even our investors are taking businesses away from this country and taking them to other countries. So it's a sad situation. And I'm here to say that once I've been elected, I'm going to give an authentic, transformative leadership. And I was born and raised in Kawangware. By then it was known as a slum city. But I did not look at myself as a slum girl, but I saw myself as a girl in the slum. That made a lot of difference. And that is what has kept me here.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
And before I go to Herman Singh Grewal of the Safina Party, we'd like to state that one candidate of the Liberal Democratic Party, Dennis Hode, did decline to attend this debate in writing, while 2 other candidates who have been cleared by the poll body IBC did not communicate. Herman, to you in 2 minutes. What's your vision for Nairobi County and your priority areas?
Okay. My name is Herman Singh Grewal. I'm the Safina candidate for Nairobi County Governor. One of the reasons I've been back is because I have a huge background in IT. I was born in Nairobi, I've studied in Nairobi, and I've worked in Nairobi. Initially, I was a lawyer. After that, on the side, I used to practice as an engineer, and we used to do fabrication with my family. After that, I began doing charity work, and I moved into starting my own IT company. IT company founded the first AI lawyer in Africa, and from that we began innovating other tech solutions for leading social issues in Kenya. If you'd like to read some of the 8-point manifesto I have, you can log on harman47.com, spelled HARMAN 47.com, and you can download my manifesto in English or Swahili, and we'll detail that in the course of tonight. In my manifesto, you'll see me speaking on how I plan to provide free education, free healthcare, employment to the people of Kenya. I speak on the hybrid economic model. That is something that I'll detail further on today. And it's a well-structured plan that circulates heavily on IT and launching Nairobi into the next generation where we can revolutionize how we operate as a country. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, and we move to the next candidate, Nancy. Nancy Mwadime, you get the opportunity to tell Nairobians who you are and what your vision for the city is. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Nancy Wamboi Mwadime, a girl who was born in Murang'a and grew up, went to school to Murang'a, Mogweri Girls, and later went to school in Senior Chief Koinange, and thereafter I went to India for further studies. And as I stand here, I want to stand for many of us whose grow up in up country, then they come to Nairobi, they work in Nairobi, they do business in Nairobi, and they make Nairobi a home for them. And I want to encourage many of us that when the time comes for political leadership, should not be going back to the village, but you should stay here and make Nairobi a better place. So as I said, I'm Nancy Wamboi. I stand with Usawa Party kwa Wote. Usawa Party kwa Wote is a party for all, from up to down. And we stand for the family to make sure that we make Nairobi a place where we can call our home for all of us. We stand for each and every Nairobians, and want to say that it's a right for every Nairobian to eat. It's right for every Nairobian to have water. And therefore, I want to say, when I become the governor of Nairobi, I would want to make Nairobi a home for all of us who are here, who are born here, or those who grew up in a country, they came to Nairobi, they made Nairobi their home. I've been here for 30 years. Currently, I'm in business, employer, present a mother, and present a Nairobian. And when I stand here, I want to say that I am presenting the whole group from the employer so that we can make Nairobi a home for all of us.
Thank you. And I take note that your time is up. Before we proceed, you can feel comfortable in adjusting your mics according to your heights, and we thank you. Kenneth Nyamwamu of the United Progressive Alliance Party. What are your key priority areas for county number 47?
Thank you. First thing that I want to do is I want to make Nairobi business friendly. I feel we have a lot of hardworking business people in Nairobi, but sometimes we are never kind to the business. Instead of supporting our businesses, we fight our businesses. So my biggest priority is to make Nairobi business friendly. And one of the things that I want to do to make Nairobi business friendly is to slice all business licenses by 50%. I also, on my plan, I want to provide electricity and water in all the informal sectors. They actively contribute to the economy of Nairobi, and they should be able to get basic services like water and electricity and sewerage systems. The other thing I would like to do when I become governor is to create a county-wide app that will be used by all border borders to create efficiency so that the border borders can operate efficiently, and also to give them safety. We talk about this issue of border borders, but we dance around it, but nobody concretely put solutions in place. So my main aim will be to create a county-wide app, a county-wide, not country, county-wide app that would sort of like an Uber system kind of an app, so that the person, it caters for the safety of the border and the right that they are carrying. The other thing is to improve service delivery to all sectors in Nairobi, and especially the informal sectors. We need to have a system in garbage collection. We need to have a system in fire department, the fire department that works. We need to promote our youth in sports and their talents. And also, my other thing is to create an efficient, affordable, and public system that our people can use. Thank you.
Thank you. Your time is up. And you've said something that I'd just like to pick up with you as we move into the second question. Do you know that in the last financial year, Nairobi's own source revenue was 10 billion shillings? This is against a target of 16.5 billion shillings.
Yes.
How do you seek to bridge the gap of 6 billion shillings if one of your priorities is to slash the business licenses fees by up to 50%?
So, the argument behind that is when people start businesses in Nairobi, number one, the average life of a business in Nairobi is 3.5 years, which is very sad. Two, when they start a business, they pay all their licenses up front because they have to pay licenses before they start the business. But after that, nobody is able to renew because the rent is very high. The cost of doing business is very high. So you get that a lot of people are not really paying business licenses. So instead of charging them expensively, why don't we slice the licenses by half and increase the pool of the revenue reception?
How do you seek to bridge the gap of 6 billion? That is the question.
Well, you asked it in reference to me slicing the business licenses. So that's how I'm answering and saying, if we increase the pool of people, who are paying these licenses, then we'll have the 6 billion. But if we don't, then, we have money getting lost through the enforcement where they go and they harass our business.
Thank you so much. Your time is up.
Thank you so much. And I come to Herman. When you talk about finances, they are key because under the devolved system of governance, funds do follow functions. And according to the Commission of Revenue Allocation 2019, the county can easily collect 78 billion Kenya shillings potentially, but only manage 11 billion. I mean, this is a big loophole. How will you seal it?
So I think we need to reflect on how there are many revenue streams that do come to us in Nairobi County. It's a question of, is that 10 billion an actual figure? Or is the actual figure a lot higher and a lot is lost? So I think something we need to concentrate on is regulating the corruption that does take place. And this is why a huge part of my manifesto dictates how we should digitize the payments coming to Nairobi County Council. There should be no point where we're receiving cash for any payments because it's very difficult to track cash payments. Also, I spoke on how we need to have better revenue generation streams for Nairobi County. Business permits aren't the only way we can generate money as a county. Something that has frustrated me is that if you look at Kenya's parastatals, a lot of them have struggled to raise revenue for the government operations. And I feel that also if we tap into parastatals and we create new parastatals in Kenya, we can generate revenue. Like something I pushed for was creating the biggest call center in Africa in Kenya. And that's something that we can also provide jobs for a lot of Kenyans because the minimum wage in that call center would be about 20,000 per month. So I feel like we should concentrate on reducing corruption and regulating the operation of parastatals and bringing in new parastatals into Nairobi. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we move to you, Nancy Mwadime. You spoke very passionately about making Nairobi home, and that was part of what you wanted to do if elected governor on the 9th of August. I want to understand from you how you seek to bridge the gap of how much money Nairobi generates vis-a-vis what it potentially can generate.
How to make Nairobi a better home. And the first thing we need to do is take care of the business people to make sure that they're able to do their business without any harassment. And especially, I'll give an example of the hawkers. The hawkers, they go in the evening to do the hawking business. So when I'm the governor, I'll make sure that the hawkers are not harassed. In the evening from 5 p.m., we'll have some roads closed and allow the hawkers to do their business without any harassment. On the other hand, we'll also take care of the business sector, like the industry. We shall have dialogue with the business owners, and we see how we can improve the business or how we can make their work easier. On the other hand, we'll also work together with the industry owners to see how we can engage or how we can put some of our unemployed into work for those industries. And apart from that, I'm also going to make sure that there is water. Water distribution is taken care of, because when we have water, we can encourage the Nairobi people even to do the family farming or the balcony farming. So with that, we are able to get some food available.
Your time is up, but I'll add you 30 seconds just to come clear on something. You said you're going to work on making sure that hawkers are not harassed. And you know that some hawkers operate without the necessary requirements. Some dodge, the procedures that they ought to be going through to be able to operate a business lawfully within Nairobi. How are you seeking to make sure that they are not harassed, yet a big percentage of them operate without the licenses that are required, without paying any dues to the county? How are you planning to make this organized?
I do believe with dialogue, everything is possible. I'll have dialogue with hawkers, and we see how we can stay together in the city of Nairobi, how they can do their businesses and they make money, they support their families, and how we can also charge a little fee which is affordable for them.
Okay, thank you for your time. I come to you, Esther Waringa Thairo. On governance, it has underneath a lot of thematic areas, and the question of corruption comes up when you mention money in the city of Nairobi, and it seems endemic. What will be your approach?
Well, with corruption, I know it's an issue that is big. I'm looking at when I become a governor, I'll be in partnership with some bodies like DCI, EACC, where anybody who is employed, before they get the employment, they are vetted, and they should be people of integrity. I'm also looking at cutting down the loopholes of cartels. The cartels that are done that affect this city. One, we know that in the lands, Ministry of Land, land issue, it's an issue, especially when it comes to land that is allocated to the county. I would also look at the functions of what is happening, especially with the land in leasing. Of the land's lease expires in 99 years, and we find that there are some places that they don't pay. They don't pay any lease because the leases were not renewed. So there are several things that I would look at in terms of closing those gaps of corruption and working towards making this city a city that is corruption-free.
Okay, I add you 30 seconds before my colleague comes in with the next question to the next candidate. And you have mentioned cartels. Seems this is a cliche. Who are they by definition?
Cartels are managed by people who are just those people we have elected, because they have mechanism of owning most of the businesses around. The local businesses are owned by people who are in power. So the cartels fall there. So if there is any tender or there is any garbage collection, you find that those companies are not owned by the local person. They are owned by people who are already in positions.
Your time is up. I come to Kenneth Nyamamu, and this is very important because when we talk about finances, these are the taxes the Kenyan people pay, and they expect services, including not only Nairobi, but across the 47 devolved units in the country. Do you understand the regulations and the finance management in terms of managing the resources in Nairobi County?
The answer is yes, I do. If I may get you correctly, you're trying to ask me if we understand the way to manage finances?
Correct.
I know, I do, because I am a business owner, and I've run my business successfully for the last 2 years. So I understand how to manage finances, how to pay people on time, which the city of Nairobi needs to learn how to pay people on time and not be holding salaries for 3-6 months until people go to the streets. The city of Nairobi also needs to learn how to pay their bills on time. The other day I passed City Hall, and the whole City Hall didn't have electricity. So we need to get there so that we can pay our bills on time, pay our people on time, and ensure that revenue is collected in an efficient manner, a manner that's free of harassment from the people. In my administration, I am going to eliminate any form of the City Hall askaris arresting people in terms of people who are trying to eke a living. I think it's wrong to criminalize somebody trying to eke a living, whether they are saying on the street corner or not. We just need to get a place for them to do their business.
And your time is up. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much for that. Now we move to the next topic that we wanted to interrogate you on. And at this particular point, we assume that now that you want to be the county top boss, you know what are the requirements under the Chapter 6 of the Constitution on leadership and integrity. Most of you, in your opening remarks, and even while responding to the questions we've asked you, have really talked very passionately about fighting corruption. I'd like to start with you, Esther. Just tell me a bit about the how you're going to approach the war against corruption in Nairobi County.
Well, first of all, I'll look at distribution of resources. People have to give a budget on how they're going to spend the money. I'm also going to look at the tender awarding. It should be something that should be open and transparent, where you gazette every project that is going to be undertaken by the county government, and communicate through the social media. Also give a feedback on who has been awarded, how much the project is going to be, and at what duration are they expected to finish the job. Because you find that most projects that are given out, we spend so much money and yet the projects are never finished. So that is a big loophole on curbing down the corruption. So that is what I would look at in terms of that.
And your time is up. Thank you very much.
Okay. Hamansin Grewal, I come to you. As a FINA party member, the question of corruption has been a hallmark in this city. And when we look at the single, for example, business permits, the deficit is 912,362,049 shillings, nearly $1 billion Kenya shillings. What's your approach in terms of addressing this deficit, which is only 64% of the required 100%?
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, in terms of corruption and also the business permits, I cannot stress the value of IT. Because IT allows us to track everything that we're required to. Whether it comes to movement of finance, whether it comes to business permits, we can use geo mapping using Google Maps, and we can track businesses that are currently operating in different areas based on traction and M-Pesa movement, and we can understand that there's a business operating there. But that comes down to investigation. Also, another point I wanted to bring in is if I'm dealing with corruption, I've seen a lot of people are stressed out by KRA investigators. Mm-hmm. Why are KRA investigators not also the investigators for corruption in Kenya? So I feel that as Nairobi governor, I will digitize a lot of operation in terms of tracking, investigation, and further I will bring in the investigative abilities of KRA into my office. Thank you.
Okay. How do you coordinate then with the Kenya Revenue Authority, which is the mandated national body, the taxman, yet you have a financial autonomy as a devolved unit in the event the people of Nairobi give you that mandate? Where is the striking of the balance between the Revenue Authority, as you have mentioned, and the county finances in terms of the collection of the revenue?
Okay, so the question is based on bringing in KRA investigators in, right? So as a country, we're collaborative, we're one unit. Granted, we have devolution that did take place where we separated the powers of operation. We can still collaborate with different organizations. What we can do is simply have a recruiting process where we can have employees also be transferred from KRA to the Nairobi County to investigate corruption and operation of the state. So that's one of the ideas I had in mind. Also, we don't have to entirely transfer them. Something we can also do is simply borrow them occasionally to conduct certain investigations, to also have proper auditing of operation. So I feel like we have a very skilled workforce in Kenya, whether they're in KRA or they work as accountants in the private organizations. Through collaboration, we can bring together all these brilliant minds and solve the problems we're currently dealing with together as a nation. Thank you.
Mr. Nyamwamu.
Yes.
Corruption has been something that has tainted the image of Nairobi County, which many see as something that should be the city under the sun. That is how, ideally, that is the space that Nairobi should be occupying. But that is not the case, actually, because of issues such as corruption. As you seek this mandate, what loopholes have you identified, and how do you seek to seal?
First things first, I think we are not serious in our fight against corruption. That's how I feel. We have the EACC, we have the DCI, we have this body, that body, but still money gets lost. The solution is not to form another body. In fact, I agree. In fact, I would like for Wajakoya to be president so that we can hang every one of these people. Because we just dance around this issue. Nobody gets held accountable. We have a gubernatorial candidate that has been cleared with fake papers, and we just dance around this issue. So how do we expect to fight corruption where we don't do anything about it? For me, the solution is to go the Wajakoya way. If you are corrupt, we send you to the gallows. Next man up. You are corrupt, go to the gallows. I think that's the only way with it.
You've talked about a case that is yet to be determined, but I'd let that go because that case is yet to be concluded.
Yeah, but we dance around these issues. See, that's the thing. That's the problem.
And I also don't see how that relates with the issue of
we just dance around
corruption.
these issues. The EBC or the IEBC said they don't have the mandate. Yet, they sent me home because I had a foreign certificate. That guy in a commission that wrote for him his certificate, he couldn't look at my own certificate until he had seen my high school certificate. There is no correlation between a high school certificate and a graduate certificate. But he couldn't look at mine, yet we have a gubernatorial candidate who has been cleared by the same commission. So anyway, the issue I'm saying is we dance around this issue of corruption, but nobody wants to take a farm corruption scandal. If you don't do that, people are just going to go to court because the mantra is you are innocent until proven guilty, and then they just dance around that issue, and that issue is not solved. So on my part, I will not appoint anybody who's tainted. I will only work with people with clean hands. Let the EACC dance until the day they decide to work.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Nancy Wambui Mwadime, what then will be your approach in effectively sealing the loopholes of financial malfeasance in Nairobi County?
My approach is that when I get
sorry to cut.
Just
audio.
mic.
Yeah.
You can adjust the microphone at your place of comfort. Feel free. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, the approach I want to give is that in the county government management, I am going to work with every place in Nairobi. Like in Nairobi, we have the Somalis, we have the Indians, we have even the white people who are citizens of Kenya, and they are also in Nairobi. So in my county government, I'm going to include everyone in the management so that we're able to seal the loophole even whereby corruption come through. Because corruption cases, it's done by not one person, but two people who come together and agree. So when you put every lace in the management, we are able not to agree on the long things, especially the corruption. And as I would want to say is that myself, I'm not corrupt, and therefore anyone who will work under me.
Your time is up. And I add you 30 seconds, but on clarity basis, Ms. Nancy Mwadime, when you talk about the ethnicities, in this case appreciating the cocktail nature of this county, which is a reflection of the country entirely, is the problem inclusion or governance in your view in addressing the question I posed?
When I include everybody in the management, I believe that we are able to coordinate, even in the area of the finances. We are getting all the revenue coming in the county government.
Is it about the color of your skin or about your character?
No,
The
it's
issue
not
of
about
corruption.
the color.
So why talk about race? Why talk about including all the people in your management?
It's not about the race. It's saying that Nairobi, we all of us, we are Nairobians, Indians, white people. I think if I'm not wrong, I'm not seeing white people in the county government, and we have them as citizens. So that's what I'm trying to say, that in my government, I'll have a good number of white people, a good number of Indians, a good number of and all of us together.
Is their absence the reason why we have huge corruption cases at Kenya's capital? the absence of certain races in the management of the county, the reason why corruption still exists in Nairobi?
I believe the corruption still exists because when you put the same people of same, then they are able to agree together and agree that they can do ABC and they're able to accomplish. But when...
Thank you for your time. And when we get back from this break, the debate continues, and we thank you for your time and responding to the questions and also the thematic areas that are yet to be exhausted. And we'll continue after the break. The debate continues.
Analipa ushuru wake, anataka aone angalau kazi ya pesa yake ambayo analipia. Hii pesa tunaamini kwa zinaishia kwa mifuko za watu binafsi.
I think it's important that wealth is declared frequently, and if people have found ways to accumulate wealth very quickly, absolutely good for them, as long as, of course, that is done honestly and ethically.
We need leaders who are well educated to understand the challenges that we face in the modern world.
Kwa mfano, mtu mwenye amesomea ukandarasi wa barabara, mkiwa na kiongozi ambaye amesomea hiyo taaluma, una uhakika kwamba barabara za eneo lako zitakuwa zina usimamizi mzuri.
Karibu CAM. By offering market linkages, networking opportunities, and technical assistance, Kenya Association of Manufacturers assists its members to grow and scale up their businesses. Join us and let's work together to grow the manufacturing sector. Becoming a CAM member is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Kenya Association of Manufacturers, driving global competitiveness.
What is a secondary school in Kenya? It ranges from 106 high-cost national schools educating 3% of the learners, where you find ultra-modern libraries and laboratories, the most experienced principals and teachers, and the best teacher-student ratios. Then we have 7,019, some barely established, understaffed, lacking basic facilities, sub-county schools, educating over 60% of learners. Given that KCSE is the most consequential examination in our education system, isn't it fair that we level the ground for all learners to excel by narrowing the capacity gaps between the worst and best schools to deliver quality education?
Herman Growell, Safina, Johnson Sakaja, UDA, Kenneth Nyamwamu, UPA, Nancy Mwadime, Usawa kwa Wote, Polycarp Igathe, Jubilee. What would you like to ask your Nairobi gubernatorial candidate? Send your questions on video to the WhatsApp number 0796 560 560. You can also text your question to 22843. The Nairobi gubernatorial debate live from the Catholic University from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. Monday, 11th July.
Welcome back. You're watching the Nairobi gubernatorial debate live, coming to you from the Catholic University of Eastern Africa in the county of Nairobi. And we are with Esther Waringa Thairo, who is an independent candidate seeking the top job in the county. We also have Herman Singh Growell, who is a member of the Safina Party. We also have Kenneth Nyamwamu, who is a member of the United Progressive Alliance Party, and Nancy Wamboi Mwadime.
All right, we'd also wish to remind you that we for the night. Remember, later on, we'll be taking you through the second debate also, as we just lay it all bare. Who carries the vision for Nairobi County? Who among the ladies and gentlemen before us tonight has what it takes to become the next governor? But we just want to move on with this debate, and right about now, we want to look at the governance of the city. And I'll just come to you, Mr. Nyamwamu. The extension of deed of transfer of functions that was signed between the Nairobi City County and the national government elapses on the 24th of August, of course preceded by a 3-month extension period to tackle what is called the transition. If elected governor, how do you plan on handling this transition? And also, how do you seek to sustain the relationship between the national government and the county government, and which areas will you be doing that on?
Is this in relation to the NMS?
Yes.
First of all, we shouldn't be having NMS running Nairobi County to begin with. That's not how our democracy was set up. We're supposed to be ruled, it's supposed to be by the people. It's the people supposed to decide. They elect somebody and that person runs, they give the person the mandate to run the county. Now, we have NMS. And my hope is when I get in, we'll have a transition for them to, we'll have a laid down transition for them to exit and let the Nairobi County be run by the elected officials. It had a lot to do with the previous governor, but now when we get in, we are making sure that the NMS will hand over the function to the county government so that it's run by the duly elected officials. That's how our democracy is set up, and that's how we are going to work.
Your time is up, but I'll add you 30 seconds. Nairobi is Kenya's capital.
Yes.
And also it is like the headquarter.
Yes.
Do you want to tell me it's not important to have a relationship between these two levels of government, the national government and the county government, considering the fact that it is the capital of the entire country?
The county has its own, they have their own responsibilities. Why should Nairobi be partly run by the NMS while Kisumu, which is also another county, is fully run by a governor? I don't think that's fair. Our mandate dictates that you let the county be ran by the person that's been duly elected. I understand why the NMS was there, but that's not how our democracy is set up. Why should Nairobi be chosen to be run by NMS and not Migori, for example?
Okay, your time is up. Herman Grewal, the law under Article 187 anticipates cooperation between the national government and the county government. And we have spoken about the NMS and how it came about. Would you have done what the ex-governor did in handing over 4 key functions to the national government?
Well, if you look at the history of NMS and why it was created, first of all, I would like to thank His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta for pushing for the creation of NMS, because he saw that Nairobi was in a state of chaos. And it was the sort of emergency response we needed. I'm sure all of you can agree, if you look at the success of NMS, it's something that we can be proud of. NMS has accomplished what the governor is to accomplish. And NMS was a substitute for the governor, meaning that we need to move back into our normal state of operation. And we had the separation of powers so that we can allow elected leaders for certain areas be in charge of those areas. If we elect someone for a county, it would not be fair, just, or constitutional to have the president be running that county entirely. There must be collaboration, and we will transition in a peaceful and positive way.
Okay, your time is up, but I add you 30 seconds for clarity. And there seems to be no response to my question, and I need clarity on this. If accorded the mandate by the people of Nairobi County, would you have done what the former governor did at State House in February 2020?
I feel that given the situation we were in at the time, it did make sense, but it did happen because of the governor's actions. So I feel that if I'm responsible as a governor, I wouldn't allow us to reach that state. But if we are in that state, we must be responsible as leaders and say, I've made a mistake. I'm not delivering as a leader, so that our country can prosper. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Miss Nancy Mwadime, how do you plan on sustaining the relationship between the two levels of government, considering the fact that you're vying on an Usawa kwa Wote party ticket, assuming the government is taken over by somebody who, a party that is not in your political camp? What will you do and how will you sustain this relationship?
I'll be able to maintain the relationship because the two bodies, the national government and county government, we need one another, and each body has its own role to play. The national government, the county government, because even some of the assignments which are done by the county government work in relation with the national government. So what I would say is that I'll maintain the relationship, and where necessary, we work together. And at times, for example, with NMS, I would say that the county government, with a good leader, we have all what we need in the county government. We have workers from top, from the engineers to the accountant, to the officers. So what I would say that with good leadership, the county government can be able to manage.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Okay. Esther Waringa, I come to you. And owing to the importance of the close cooperation needed between the national government and the counties, because the understanding is that the two levels of government are meant to provide services for the people of the Republic of Kenya who hold the sovereignty under Article 1 of the Constitution. What will be your approach between the relationship between State House and City Hall?
Well, a leadership of a nation, even though it has different bodies, is still one, because the objective is for the interest of the people who have the sovereign power. So I see that in partnership and consultation, we can really work, the county government and the State House, because everything that is done, the functions could be different because of solution, but it is workable with partnership. Let me give an example. The county government holds the EAC level of education, but that does not stop a county governor to be in partnership with the national government to build a school. So I find that it's more of a consultation and partnership over leadership, and that will work.
I add you 30 seconds, and clearly then tell me, the education docket is budgeted for 520 billion, lion's share of the country's financial year. There are some roles which are devolved, others aren't. How do you draw that very thin line as to what you will accomplish in terms of education?
You see, if we have plans that involves the people, the partnership to be also drilled down to the people, the NGOs, and even stakeholders. It is possible to even be able to meet the target of what you're doing. It's more of partnership that will work, and involving the people also to be partners, stakeholders.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, so we want to move this forward to the issue of living and working conditions for the residents of Nairobi. Mr. Nyamwamu, I see you have an issue you want to raise.
Yes.
I'll give you 30 seconds to address that.
I just want to talk about this NMS county government thing. NMS is being headed by a military guy. Now, the government should act as an oversight on it should be the oversight role in terms of overseeing what the counties are doing. But devolution was there to bring services closer to the people, and that's why we have devolution. So when we bring the government to come and actually get involved in the devolution functions, we are treading a very dangerous line. When Hilton started, he started very nicely. He delivered services to the people. Over time, it has been shown, military rule takes over and they suppress.
Your time is up, but taking you back to when this happened on the 25th of February 2020, vying for this position, I want to believe you understand where the county was and the state at which it was being operated at that time. What would you have done different? What would you have done different aside from just signing that deed of transfer of functions?
Well, first of all, it starts from the governor that was elected and the deputy governor that's seeking a gubernatorial position right now, who was part of that system, and the senator who was supposed to be overseeing. They all failed. So then the government has to be like, Nairobi's in a mess. We need to take over Nairobi or Nairobi will be in a mess. But that's not how our democracy was set up.
How would you have cleaned that mess, Mr. Nyamwamu?
Hey, collect garbage. The garbage was terrible. That was the function of the governor. Give electricity, provide electricity in the informal sectors. Get rid of the cartels. That's what the governor was supposed to do. And his deputy governor and the senator was supposed to oversee that function. All three failed. That's why the government stepped in. But all in all, what I'm trying to say, the basic framework of our democracy is not set that way. We set a very dangerous precedent if we continue this path.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Nyamwamu. And just an understanding in terms of the specificity, you have raised a very important and a pertinent question as to garbage in the city.
Yes.
Do you understand Nairobi County?
Yes, I do. I played in this city. I live in this city.
In terms of the tons of garbage,
yes.
How much does the city generate?
First of all, Nairobi doesn't even have a system to collect the garbage. We have just young little boys that we use and we pay them very little money to collect garbage. Nairobi needs to set up a garbage collection system that starts from collecting garbage from the homes all the way to how the garbage is disposed. We don't have that system. We need to set that system up so that we can have a systematic way of collecting garbage in the county. Once that system is in place, then you'll not see garbage in the city. But we cannot have self-help groups, young boys collecting garbage in an unsanitary manner, and we call that garbage collection. We need to have a system set in place with the county government, and that's what I'll do when I become governor.
Mr. Hammond Growell, Nairobi County generates about 2,500 tons of garbage in a day. Out of this, only 1,800 is collected and transported. About 700 tons cannot be accounted for. You can guess where that ends up. If elected governor, how do you seek to fix this problem?
Okay. So this mostly comes to how are we managing resources. So resources would be goods and even waste. So when we talk of goods, are we managing a system that allows for the collection and recycling of the waste? Secondly, we look at the waste generated. How is it ending up in the dump sites, for example? Is all of it ended up in the dump sites? So it's simply about now tracking how much garbage generated from certain areas, how much needs to be handled, what is the success rate of the systems we have put in place. Because when I was reflecting on garbage, it was one of the major aspects of my manifesto, because to work in any place, whether it's an office or in a county, you shouldn't have garbage everywhere, you shouldn't have sewages open. Because I've also walked through several slums in Nairobi, and I don't understand how we have the funding for something simple such as manual, which is minimum wage, which is all that's required to collect garbage in certain areas, and then now move it to a recycling plant.
Thank you so much.
That's why I spoke on how we need to partner. So even with recycling plants, we can export shredded plastic to other countries.
Mr. Grawa. Your time is up.
Okay. Right. Thanks.
Ms. Nancy Wambui-Mwadime, the issue we have talked about is very important. What's your easy, immediate fix to garbage problem in the city?
About the garbage issue, one thing I want to say that people have complained that at times leaders give manifesto and they're not able to fulfill what they have said. Especially the issue of the garbage, I would say this is something I need to get to that office and sit with the other parties and we see the way forward on how to handle the issue, because it's a big problem at hand.
Which is the way forward?
As I've said, there are some issues one would need to get to that office and sit and look all around and see how to solve. And the garbage is one of the issue one would need to go and get to the office and sit with the bodies related and see the way forward.
And how does that way forward formula look like? Because the people of Nairobi watching this debate want clarity to the questions that we are asking you. What's the approach? How?
I start by saying that we need to start by educating our people. Because the issue of garbage starts by dropping it everywhere. So we need first to have the feeling that you cannot go dropping a peel of a banana everywhere.
Your time is up, Ms. Mwadime, but just 30 seconds for some clarity on something you said. You want to get to that house, sit down with some people to get solutions. The people of Nairobi want somebody, a leader who already has solutions. What level of assurance can you give residents who are watching you tonight that you have the solutions to the problems that they are facing in Kenya's capital?
I have solution for many issues facing the Nairobians.
Is garbage one of them?
Garbage is one of them.
So how do you sort to fix the challenges we are facing with the garbage issue in the city?
We can go to the old, now we are calling it county government. Years back, we call it city council. By then, we had lorries, which used to go round collecting the garbage. And there was a plant area where the garbage used to be taken, and from there, it was managed. So what I'm trying to say is that we can get back to the Nairobi, which was there some years back, and the county government provide those services to the citizen, correcting the garbage and knowing where the garbage should go and knowing how the garbage will be managed.
Thank you. Esther Waringa, 30% of garbage in the city is disposed of by a private company. This is a lion's share, and it's clearly a private affair. Yet the county is supposed to be offering services to the people. It's public dominated. How will you turn this around?
You see, garbage looked in a more positive way. It's money generating. If you look at it that way, then you'll have a solution on how you can tap from garbage collection into the recycling and generate some money. So what I would really do is to have the county government deal with the garbage disposals, where the garbage installation, collection bins are placed in every estate, in every slum area, on the streets, and then that garbage collection is done by the city government, and we build some collection dumping sites in ward level, And then after that, we are able to partner with companies that do recycling. And we'll ask them that since we have brought the garbage to you, to the dumping site, then we create employment. We ask them to employ people who will sort that garbage out. And then after that, whatever profit they make,
your time is up, Ms.
then it's able to, we ask them to give us that.
Your time is up. But let me add you 30 seconds to be clear on that.
Yes.
When you say that you will procure companies, do you appreciate the importance of public participation under the current constitution? And what will be the way of bringing those companies on board since they are private?
We have recycling companies. If we partner with them, and those are the things that they need, the recycling, the garbage stuff that they can recycle. So I find it's easier because when you partner with them, you have made it easier. You've brought the garbage to a dumping site that is available for them to be able to collect it. That's how I would look at it.
Assuring the residents of Nairobi that you're part and parcel of them, you understand their issues, you have solutions, you know what they're going through, you're going to fix it if they elect you governor?
Well, I've been
articulating. 90 seconds.
I've been articulating these issues. I've given a way forward in terms of garbage collection. I've given a way forward in terms of making Nairobi business friendly. I think the issue you're asking, you've been outside the country, how are you going to relate with Nairobians? And my answer is this: I'm still a Kenyan, and problems that face the cities are universal. If I'm correct, our president learnt abroad, incoming president Raila Odinga learnt abroad. A lot of people who are in leadership in this country learnt abroad, but they still actively participating in leadership roles in this country. So living abroad does not qualify you from understanding and articulating the issues or solving problems. One of the things that has been put here that's successful is this expressway. This is a foreign concept that was borrowed from abroad, but it's here and it's working. So going abroad does not stop me.
Thank you so much. Thank you for
from
that
articulating the issues.
Your time is up. Now let's move to the next section of this conversation that touches on the living and working conditions of residents of Nairobi. The key issue has been housing. And in this city, 9.3% of Nairobians, only 9.3% own homes. The others are renting units in different places. And also, it is a city that, according to statistics by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, 80% of the people who live in informal settlements across the country live in Nairobi. There's a huge housing crisis in this capital. Esther, I'll begin with you. If elected governor, how will you seek the housing crisis in Kenya's capital?
Well, I would start with the housing crisis with the most affected areas, like the slum areas, and I would partner with the landlords who will sit down with the consultation and find out how we can be able to improve what is already there. For example, if I take Kibera slums, those are settlements where the landlords who are owning those small houses. But if I came in as a governor and had a partnership with them where we improve the housing, we improve the condition that people live in there, and I'll come with support, like give money so that we can improve, and yet the people staying there will not pay a higher cost, but they'll still remain paying that because I've already chipped in some money to improve their living conditions. That's how I would tackle it. Then I would partner with the investors to build affordable housing.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Your time is up.
Allow me, Esther, to add you 30 seconds, because you have mentioned Kibera, which is a constituency in Nairobi County. And as per the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics in 2019 census, this is a region or part of Nairobi which has a population density of 712 times what ought to have been 68,000 people per square kilometer. That's a homework, isn't it? That's a steep slope for you. How will you operationalize decongestion of informal settlements which account for 80% of Nairobi's population, and Kibra being an example that you have fronted?
Well, I wouldn't look at moving these people. I know there is cheap housing, affordable housing that was built for them, high-rise being one of them, but they never moved in there. They still came back to their own settlement. So what we look at is improving, not really moving them away, because they are used to that place, they are comfortable in that place, but how best can I improve their living standard?
And your time is up.
That's what I would focus on.
Asante, thank you. Haman,
yes,
I come to you. Housing is a national government function, and therefore, again, another cooperation is needed between the county government and the national government. We already are falling short of the targeted 250,000 household units to be delivered. We are doing it at 50,000 at the moment. This rate needs to be speeded up by 3 times the current number. What's your cooperation with the national government, if elected governor, and how will you address the problem of housing congestion in the city?
Okay. So the question is based on supply being too low and demand being too high. Every man knows that this is a huge opportunity, right? So if you look at the structure of the country, you've got your upper class, middle class, and lower income groups. And each needs a different solution for housing, because you wouldn't expect someone that's earning over 2 million shillings per month to be provided with the same solution as a lower class person. So what we do have is an opportunity for us to now use technology to even like 3D print cheap housing for people living in slums and have a payment structured plan where they can pay back. Because if you study the banking history of Kenya, you see that it's becoming difficult for people to now mortgage housing. So that's something we should reflect on. Further, for the middle class and upper class, we must encourage investment, because again, this is an opportunity. If I give you a loan to build apartments, I now have the opportunity to earn from interest, and we've succeeded in building apartments for
Your
people
time is
in
up,
Nairobi.
but I add you 30 seconds. Proceed.
Okay. And what I've also studied is, so aside from the whole aspect of this being a business opportunity for us in terms of providing housing to low income, middle income, and upper class people for housing, we also need to reflect on how there are a lot of unemployed people in Nairobi. So I've studied all the manifestos for different candidates, and someone like Wajakoya has spoken of making Isiolo the capital of Kenya. I understood the logic, but this is also something that can be applied here. Because there's too much demand in Nairobi, what if we set up organizations in other counties where people can earn and also find housing? So I think that's something we should also encourage to decongest
Thank you.
Nairobi.
Thank you so much, Mr. Grawal. Now we come to you, Mr. Nyamwamu. How do you seek to fix the housing crisis in the capital under your administration, if elected?
So for me, I think it's many factors, but the biggest factor is the economic factor. A lot of people opt to go to the informal sectors because they can't afford whatever is available. For example, in Kileleshwa, there's a lot of apartment units that are available for rent, but they are unaffordable because people don't have the disposable income to go and rent those apartments. So my solution would be, one, to encourage investors to invest in these areas or areas proximity to the slum areas, so that these people can get places they can go to and work. That's number one. So instead of having an industrial area or industries in industrial area, let's have industries in every constituency, so that people from Kibra they don't have to walk to industrial area, they can go find jobs nearby. So let's create investment in those areas. Two,
your time is up, Kenneth, but proceed, 30 seconds.
Okay. Two, let's decentralize Nairobi. Let's get other functions in other areas. The reason why people come here is they come to look for employment here. So let's decentralize other key functions from Nairobi to other areas. We've started doing that. Let's do more of that, so that you don't have to go live to Nairobi to earn a living. You can go to Mombasa, Kisumu, wherever, where even the cost of living is low, and it will bring down the cost of living in Nairobi, because a lot of people will move out of Nairobi.
Thank you.
That's how I look at it.
Thank you so much. I come to you, Nancy Wamboi Mwadime of the Usawa kwa Wote party. What's your understanding of the laws that regard planning in the city, and how would you differentiate between residential and commercial areas for purposes of planning and to answer the question of housing?
Before I go to planning,
You can just move closer
Yes,
to
your microphone. Yes.
before I go to planning, I would want to deal with the housing issue, which is an issue which we need to handle. On the issue of housing, some years back, we used to have city council houses, or county government is supposed to be developing homes and give to the Nairobi people. So I would want to go back to that and get the county department on the housing to develop some houses. Number two, I would want to network with real estate developers. I am in real estate industry, and I have seen the gap. We have the developers who are willing to develop the homes, and we also have the Nairobi people, especially who have on the circles and pension. They want homes, but there is a gap in between, because the developers, the circle managers, they tell developer they want a ready home, yet they have money lying in the bank.
Your time is up, but 30 seconds. When you talk about the real estate industry where you are a subscriber to, do you have an understanding of the complaints lodged in a court of law against you by your employers over mistreatment and lack of pay?
I do have, because when you are a developer and the economy is affected, our work is affected. And most of the complaints we have is that we are not finishing the houses. But the problem is not really the developer 100%. It goes all the way to the economy. Because when we don't have an atmosphere for the business, as a developer, you start your development, and because of the atmosphere, you are not able to receive the buyers for the homes, and you are not able to complete your development. But in this case, what I'm trying to say is that we can have a network between a developer and a circle, whereby the developer will develop homes for a particular circle using the same fund lying in the bank. And in this case, the Nairobi citizen will pay only 10 to 15,000 to own a house within 10 to 25 years.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
And at this point, we also extended an opportunity to the residents of Nairobi to get a chance to ask questions. And we just want to get some of them so that our candidates can be able to respond.
My name is Masi Masila Achola, an executive program leader with the Maxwell Leadership Team, and also serving in the Kenya Daima Steering Committee. My question to the Nairobi gubernatorial candidates is, if elected to office, could you share with the residents of Nairobi what can we expect from you in your first 100 days in office?
Nairobi County collects billions in taxes. What mechanism are they going to put in place to ensure that Nairobi County's billions do not end up in the pockets of a few corrupt leaders?
Nairobi's public transit system is a mess. How will your administration fix the issue of commuting through town and the traffic jams we experience on our roads daily?
Majina ni Nicholas Paul. Swali langu kwa waheshimiwa wanaokusudia kuwa gavana wa Nairobi. Ni mpango ipi mlioweka kuhakikisha ya kwamba wafanyabiashara wadogo wadogo hawadhulumiwi na mabwenyenye humu mjini?
My name is Samuel Matara. I work and stay in Nairobi. And I have a question to all the Nairobi gubernatorial aspirants. Now, if you walk along the streets of Nairobi, the marketplaces of Nairobi, and also the residential places, you will encounter mounds of garbage strewn all over. And this is despite the previous governors promising that they will make sure that this city becomes clean. How are you going to ensure that this city becomes clean like the way it used to be?
Question number one. NMS inatoa stage from CBD inapeleka outside CBD, and also they are banning border from CBD. Is it right on that way?
And those are the residents of Nairobi who sampled messages that we did play here, and we did engage them because they are very key and important since they hold the key to City Hall and in exercising Article 1 of the Constitution, since the sovereignty of power lies with them as enshrined and envisioned in Article 1 of the Constitution 2010. I begin with you, Esther Waringa. Vast array of topics from taxes, corruption, malfeasance, small businesses and the friendly environment they want, to planning. What's your response to what some of the sampled messages here had conveyed?
First of all, if I heard you well, you've talked about corruption. And I did mention that I'll set systems where in employment and people are vetted, because leadership is key. If you employ people who are corrupted, then they'll mess the system. The other thing is closing the gap of any cartels that takes place. If I heard you well, again, you've talked about if you can say
small businesses.
Sorry?
Small businesses and friendly environment that they are seeking.
Yeah, small businesses are very critical because they have a high percentage of employment. I would look at boosting them after COVID, post-COVID. The businesses were affected. So I would form circles that I'll boost money in those circles, and then they would get loans that they pay with minimum interest.
And your time
as
is up.
They build up.
Coming to you, Mr. Grawal Singh, we had tackled the issue of corruption, but I want you to also speak to some issues that have been raised there. What will you do within your first 100 days? And also, what is your plan to improve the welfare and status of those who are running small and medium enterprises within the capital?
Okay. So I think the whole question of what are you going to do in your first 100 days is a very generic question. As a governor, it's not about just picking one goal and focusing on it. I feel it should be an expansive goal, and it's all outlined in my manifesto. What I want to do primarily in my first 100 days, if I must state in my first 100 days, is to clean up Nairobi. Because a lot of people in Nairobi are not happy, whether it's in terms of operation or the cleanliness. It does have an impact on the psychology of a lot of people. So I feel cleaning the area in Nairobi is something of paramount importance in my first 100 days. Moving on to SMEs. My running mate is named Michael Kimwele. He works for KCB Bank. He's in the department for SME loans. So there's actually a structured plan we have on how to help SMEs access funding. Because if you look at the history of a lot of countries, how do you stop, for example, the son of an Askari being an Askari? How do you help the son of a mechanic finally be able to buy a car? It's through providing them with funding.
Grewal, but I add you 30 seconds to proceed.
Okay, thank you. It's through providing people with funding to allow them to break out of their environment. If, for example, I've never received over 30,000 in my whole life, how am I going to escape the poverty cycle? It's through having a structured plan. And even we have a system where we'll guide a lot of people in Nairobi how to start a business, how to run a business. And if your plan makes sense, we'll help you get funding for your project. And we also have some sort of mentoring system. So as you're operating, as you're growing your business, you will still be monitored, supervised. And we work as sort of a team, as a family, so we can help each and every person in Nairobi grow. Thank you.
All right, the same set of questions will apply to you, Ms. Nancy Mwadime. Within 100 days, in case you're elected, what will you prioritize? And also, as you do that, you also talk on what you plan to do to improve the status and welfare of those running small businesses within Nairobi. You have 1 minute.
So the first 100 days, I'll deal with the employment. We have kept on talking about employment on youth, but around this time we have unemployment, even from age gap between 30 and 40 and even 50. And with this group, I would provide training, free training, and when they are done with the training, we provide them with tools. For example, if you are trained as a mechanic, we release you with tools for being a mechanic. If you train as a trailer, we release you with a trailing machine. For the youth, I would encourage a good number of the youth to further their studies. When they go, the county government under my management will pay their school fees abroad. When they go out there, they'll get visa to further their education. And we'll take care of the fees and accommodation. Okay. But while they are there, they'll be able to work. And
your time is up, but why abroad? Why not within the borders of this country? Don't we have what it takes to do that?
I was to come to that, but I'm saying I'll encourage a number, because when I encourage a number of them, I'll kill two bad. One, they'll get employment. The second, they'll be able to work for a few hours. And those who are wise, they'll work and send money back home and they support their parent. And for the local youth, I'll also get them to workshop and training. And I'll do the same as for the age gap between 30 and 40. I'll give them tools to start small businesses.
Okay, Ms. Nancy Mwadime, your time is up, of the Usawa kwa Wote Party. Mr. Kenneth Nyamwamu, how would you respond to the sample questions from the people of Nairobi County?
So, first things first, let's make Nairobi business friendly. Let's invite international investors. Let's promote local investors. Let's not criminalize people who are making a living. If we bring international investors and have them in every constituency, people will have jobs, and that will improve our lives of living. Let's reduce our business licenses by 50%, so that whatever businesses we have, they are not, the cost of doing business is a little lower, and they are able to do business effectively in Nairobi. And the other thing is, especially the issue of garbage. Let's set up a garbage collection system where we have days where and let the city council buy trucks. If they are not able to buy trucks, let them lease those trucks. Let them lease from companies, partner with companies to bring trucks to collect, to have collection days, and take them to collection centers.
Your time is up, Mr. Nyamwamu.
Can I have a little bit so I finish?
Proceed. 30 seconds added.
Sorry.
Granted.
So let's get these people who are, these young boys who are picking up garbage. Let's train them, empower them, show them the sanitary way to collect garbage, so that when the system is there, these boys can be incorporated in the county, and then the garbage can be taken to the collection centers. The other thing is when I'm governor, I'm going to fight with KEMSA. KEMSA is diverting medication from county hospitals.
Your time is up, Mr. Kenneth Nyamwamu. That is another government agency which is national. We appreciate it's the source point of pharmaceuticals to the counties, and that is a topic we can discuss another day.
All right, so there's a question that was also asked. I deliberately left it because this is what actually ushers us into the next section. And we're going to be looking into your vision for the transport sector in Nairobi County. One of the residents of Nairobi County is concerned, actually, about the traffic jams that we witness each and every day if you live in the capital. Esther, what is your plan to end the perennial traffic jam menace, if elected?
Thank you so much. About transport, I would say that if we have proper and efficient transport system that will work, it's good. If I'm elected, I would think of having to establish trains, have rails, train bringing people to town. That would decongest the traffic. I'd also have to have a consultation with the Matatu people and see how best we can have the public transport organized. I would also look at having designated lanes on the road where any buses or a car that has more than 3 people can use that lane so that it's more faster to have them.
Your time is up, but are those, I'll add you 30 seconds, are those not efforts that have been tried before? We've seen that in the capital already. Is there anything that you offer as an alternative for the residents of Nairobi?
If you can ask the question again.
I just want to inform you that those are things that the previous administrations have tried, using trains and also consultations with those who are operating in the public service sector. And of course, you know, is there something that you plan to do that will be different to fix the perennial problem of traffic jams?
It's to encourage people to do carpooling if they are going the same direction. And if we had institutions like schools that are properly equipped and people take their kids to school where they stay, is much better than crossing across to take a child to Nairobi Primary School when they live in Dadora. So I would reinforce that method of having the schools at their ward levels so that we can ease the congestion of traffic.
Your time is up. Esther Waringa, Independent Party. Haman Grewal, what's your approach to traffic snarl-up and the menace in the city?
Okay. So transport is a fairly complex issue. I'll try to speak on it in 1 minute, but generally it cannot be resolved in this much time. Once again, we break it down. We have three classes of people. We have the lower, middle, and upper class individuals, and each desire a different level of transport solutions. What often happens is, through my research, is I found when international guests come to Nairobi, how many of them are comfortable using a system such as matatus? How many of them understand how matatus work? It's not a large percentage. So I reflected on it. I came up with 3 solutions. I hope I have the time to touch on them. Number 1. The solution to traffic is not creating more roads. Because if you look at the history of Kenya, look at Thika Highway, for example, that was the more road solution. What we need is, because of the expanding population in Nairobi, we need to have structured mass transport systems that are of quality, that would fairly reduce transport. If I had a solution for me to come from Westlands to Karen, for example, that's quality public transport, I would use that.
Your time is up, but I add you 30 seconds. Proceed.
All right. I would use that. So we need to have quality mass transport. Something like bringing in double-decker buses into Nairobi would reduce the cost of transport even for the government, for individuals, and achieve the same thing. We can digitize the operation of matatus. Someone with a smartphone, the driver, I can track his phone. And as a user, I can see how far my matatu is and how long it will take. I link my account with that matatu, and then we can also have promotions for students. And lastly, we can also have a digital carpooling system where if I have a saloon car, for example, other people coming to Karen can simply share the cost of transport with me. And now this touches on the different classes we have, that's lower, middle, and upper class.
Your time is up.
All right, we move to you, Nancy Mwadime. Just your strategy of solving the traffic jams in Nairobi County.
Before I would think of solving the issue of the transport, I would start by having everyone in Nairobi be able to access the transport, especially the people with special need. I would want us to introduce buses which are accessible to the person with a wheelchair. He can just driving and lifted to the bus and stay in the wheelchair, and when he gets to his destination, just is walk out, so that we can also protect their dignity. About the issue of the traffic jam, this is something which has always been discussed again and again. And at times I look at it, the people who discuss are not even the people who are using public transport. Because when you put the bus stage so far from town, then we expect people to walk that distance. I find that very unfair. For me, I would say, I would want to come up with a solution before I get the stage out.
Your time
before
is
I
up.
get to that...
Your time is up. Okay, I add you 30 seconds, but again, clarity.
So before I get to the solution, I would advise that we have buses whereby they come across. For example, if the buses are coming from Global, they come closing over to the other side. We have designated road whereby the traffic the vehicles will come and close to the other side without saying that the bus stop or the stage will be at Grobo, and then people have to walk all the way to town.
All right, and just to come to you, Mr. Nyamwamu, as well on the same issue of the perennial traffic jams in this country's capital, what is your solution?
So first, let's expand the use of BRTs in our city, number one. Number two, let's introduce shifts, working shifts. Let people not come at the same time and leave at the same time. Services that don't need people to come to start work at 8, they can have shifts from maybe 11 to, I don't know, add 8 hours to that. But the concept is to have people come to work at different shifts. In essence, there was something that was talked about in 2013 about introducing Nairobi into a 24-hour economy. Let's introduce that 24-hour economy where we can have shifts and people come at this time, or that time. Another thing we can do about congestion is to have
contribution to be considered, because the county government has more of the functions, yet not enough money to fulfill those functions. And the other thing is that I would say is that I've lost my mind.
Okay, and your time is
so much. That is all I would say. That in partnership with the national government and the county government would really bring a smooth running of this city.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Haman Grawa.
Okay, closing remarks are normally a lot longer, but I'll try 30 seconds. So, I'm the Safina candidate for Nairobi governor. I'm 25 years old, and my candidature came as a shock to many. But I feel I've outlined the qualities I have that allowed me to be backed by Jimmy Richard Wanjigi and Paul Mwite for this position. I've come up with solutions for free healthcare, free education, and jobs for people across Kenya. And you can read my manifesto on harman47.com. Through strategy, this was also my manifesto launch that cost me 0 shillings, again showcasing how I can use little resources and accomplish a lot of things.
Your time is up.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Ms. Nancy Wamboi Mwadime, 30 seconds.
My closing remarks, I would want to speak to the voters and tell them that if they vote for Nancy Wamboi, they will be voting for a leader who have them at heart. And I also want to advise them that it is time they choose or they select a leader who is a leader not because he's coming from big parties, not because he's giving them money, but a leader who can go and work for the people. The leader who will go and know that he has been sent there and be a leader for Mwananchi.
Your time is up. Mr. Nyamwamu.
I want Nairobi voters to know there is a choice. And the choice is not necessarily to either choose between either Sakaja or Rigathi. There are other candidates. There have been issues where, the media has kind of contributed to the issue of us not getting our word out there. But now that we are here, it's our platform to say, Nairobi, Sakaja, Rigathi quit on you, do not be forced to choose him. Sakaja was there 5 years ago, for 5 years, didn't do anything, gave up the functions. Please, there are other choices here with manifestos.
Your time's up.
And people who are willing to work.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nyamwamu. And just to point out, this platform has been organized by a majority of media houses across the country, and you're being watched on several television stations and being heard on radio stations. So we really do appreciate you creating time for us tonight. And of course, that is how we wrap this debate. And now, ladies and gentlemen in the audience, our viewers at home, we end it here for now. Our appreciation to the candidates and their respective campaigns for honoring voters with this duty to debate.
And we thank you for watching. Our second debate involves Senator Johnson Sakaja of the United Democratic Alliance Party and Polycarp Igathe of the ruling Jubilee Party and the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition political party, and comes to you live at exactly 8 p.m. My name is Ayub Abdikadir Abdi.
Check it. Let's talk about banking. Or let's talk about dreams and goals. Your dreams, your goals. If you're like Louise, you value doing biz with ease. Or maybe you're like Dan, a family man with a plan. At Diamond Trust Bank, it starts with one dream, one goal, one deposit, and one transaction. Pamoja, let's make it happen. So don't just bank with us, bank on us.
Enroll at Catholic University of Eastern Africa for courses in nursing, law, business, economics, computer science, education, community health and development, actuarial science, international relations, counseling psychology, regional integration, and theology. September intake ongoing at Langata and Eldoret campuses. Email for innovative, marketable graduates.
I think the most important quality of a leader is wisdom, so that the decisions that are being made now, he knows how, it's like a chess player who sees 10 moves ahead.
Unajua wakati ambapo mlipa ushuru wake, anataka aone angalau kazi ya pesa yake ambapo anailipia. Pesa tunaamini kwa zinaishia kwa mifuko za watu binafsi.
I think it's important that wealth is declared frequently, and if people have found ways to accumulate wealth very quickly, absolutely good for them, as long as, of course, that is done honestly and ethically.
We need leaders who are well educated to understand the challenges that we face in the modern world.
Kwa mfano, mtu mwenye amesomea ukandarasi wa barabara, mkiwa na kiongozi ambaye amesomea hiyo taaluma, una uhakika kwamba barabara za eneo lako zitakuwa zina usimamizi mzuri.
Karibu Kam. By offering market linkages, networking opportunities, and technical assistance, Kenya Association of Manufacturers assists its members to grow and scale up their businesses. Join us and let us work together to grow the manufacturing sector. Becoming a CAM member is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Kenya Association of Manufacturers, driving global competitiveness.
What is a secondary school in Kenya? It ranges from 106 high-cost national schools educating 3% of the learners, where you find ultra-modern libraries and laboratories, the most experienced principals and teachers, and the best teacher-student ratios. Then we have 7,019, some barely established, understaffed, lacking basic facilities, sub-county schools, educating over 60% of learners. Given that KCSE is the most consequential examination in our education system, isn't it fair that we level the ground for all learners to excel by narrowing the capacity gaps between the worst and best schools to deliver quality education? Usawa agenda calls for a sub-county schools upgrading program and a change from the capitation model to enable small schools to grow. Without these, SDG 4 is a false promise to most Kenyan children.
We shall legalize weed.
Professor George Luchiri Wajakoya of the Roots Party.
Semeni Babakea. Babakea.
Raila Amolo Odinga of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Party.
Unajua mimi sina pesa ya serikali ama ya kashfa.
David Mwaure Wahiga of the Agano Party. And
tunasema kazi ni nini?
William Samoei Ruto of the Kenya Kwanza Alliance. Presidential Debate 2022. Do not adjust your sets.
Well, a data analyst, an IT practitioner, and 2 real estate CEOs or experts in their particular field. Those are the 4 candidates that showed up for the first debate that's run from about 5:30 p.m. to and concluded a couple of minutes ago here at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. We are live with the first ever inaugural Nairobi gubernatorial debate. This coming just before the Deputy President's debate that will happen next week, and the presidential debate that will happen the week after. Many thanks for staying with us. We are live across all TV platforms and radio platforms as well. My name is Wahiga Mwaura from Citizen TV at our Studio B, where my guests are on standby to analyze what has been a very interesting last hour and a half or so. Who showed up here and who did not show up? I'll tell you who didn't show up. Dennis Koda didn't show up. Agnes Kagura did not show up. Cleophas Kio did not show up. But the other 4 of the 7 that had been, of course, cleared by the IEBC and had met the threshold 5% and below in popularity rankings in the last opinion polls were there. Also, you know that in the next 1 hour or so, we'll have the second debate that will be featuring Polycarp Igade of the Jubilee Azimio Coalition, and of course, Johnson Sakaja of UDA. So stay tuned for that. But meanwhile, my analysts on standby, they've been keenly following the action here at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. And Professor Odote, I want to actually start with you with that same question that I began with. Who showed up? And in your view, who should have stayed at home this evening?
Actually, I think for me, except for Herman, the rest should have stayed at home.
The rest should have stayed.
The rest should have stayed at home.
You need to quantify that.
I think if I said at the start that if you are a fringe candidate, you need to leave an impression on people, and you need to be very clear about what you say. You're given 1 minute, talk about the real issue. I struggled to find what the real issue on each of them were. Starting with Nancy. I think Nancy's real issue that stands out for me is her ideas about getting all tribes to fight corruption, that bring everybody together, then corruption is fought. As a friend of mine would say, nonsense on stilts.
Prof, let me cut you there, because I'm told one of the candidates for the next debate is actually expected here any minute now, Polycarp Igade. And so let's hear from Leila Mohammed now, who's on standby with that update.
Well, Wahiga, it's been 90 minutes full of debates and engagements around the capital city. That is Nairobi. That was the first debate. The second one is incoming in the next few minutes. And those 2 gentlemen who are expected in this second tier of the debate are already in this vicinity of the Catholic University of Eastern Africa choir here at the Langata campus. We are aware that Polycarp Igade, the Jubilee Party and the Azimio One Kenya Alliance is already here. He is expected to drive into this red carpet area any moment. Now, as you can see, this is an entire team of the media representation awaiting this arrival. Those 2 gentlemen above the 5% capacitation of this polling that was done before this criteria was brought into the fore. 4 have already been taken through questions in the first year of this debate, and quite an interesting sitting there where matters at the heart of the residents of this beautiful county of Nairobi have been undertaken, from unemployment, from the question of living within the city, from the issues around garbage, the stinking issues of garbage in the city, and the prospects of making good money around the county of Nairobi are matters that are quite at the center and the heart of the people who call Nairobi home. Remember, Nairobi doesn't live in isolation. It is not an island. It is supported by 4 other counties, and towns across the other counties are also considered the bedroom states of Nairobi County. And in totality, about 9 million people live, work and do business around the capital city. That is County 047. So we are keeping an eye on the lights. This is where the introductory session will be, and the gentleman of the moment will be driving down any moment now. Wahiga and your panel, you've been discussing around what are some of the expectations of the voters who are expected to come here and listen to the people who want to replace as the 4th governor of the county of Nairobi. This gentleman who is driving in any time now is no stranger to City Hall, having served for 6 months in 2017 as the deputy governor of the county of Nairobi. This under the Sonko administration having to leave office. Those are some of the questions that were undertaken in these first debate. And as I'm being told by my director, the team is walking down into the red carpet area where we'll be receiving them. Myself and Francis Gashuri from Citizen Television will be taking them through the initial questions. How do they feel? Looking at how they have adorned themselves. Are they ready for this debate? This debate will be undertaken by NTV's Mark Masai as well as KTN News' Zubeida Kananu. It will be a double language interview, and they will have 90 minutes to explain to the people of Nairobi County and indeed the 47 counties that depend on Nairobi in interconnectivity in one way or the other on why they are considered the best candidate for this beautiful city of Nairobi. Francis, it's been an emotional afternoon this evening. The expectations are quite high. The gentlemen at the back of our hands really going through the paces. They are the people who are for the media houses. They are the think tank behind this special broadcast that is coming to you live online, on radio, on television. Wow. Anywhere you're looking at us, you're seeing this special debate. What are their expectations as the people behind this initiative?
Absolutely, Leila. Breaking the newsroom boundaries today. No particular station, no competition, no nothing. Just bringing Kenyans an opportunity, giving Kenyans an opportunity to hear, see, engage the guys who want to be governors of Nairobi. And there you can see, as you rightly put it, Leila, you can see Polycarp Igathe,
and
the Jubilee
team.
Candidate, and his team. I can see from afar Rachel Shebesh, the Senate candidate of the Azimio team, Edwin Sifuna. And let them come over. Here is the red carpet.
Good evening, sir. Welcome to Choir.
Welcome. How does it feel to be here?
It feels very good. It's a cool Nairobi evening, and thank you very much for having us.
You look quite sharp. You're smartly dressed. Are you having any goosebumps today?
Absolutely not, especially when I'm flanked by Edwin Sifuna here, our incoming senator, and our leader here, Rachel Shebesh. We're very, very proud to be here. And good evening, Nairobi.
The transition from running mate in 2017 to gubernatorial candidate in 2022, how does it feel for you?
It feels exciting, and I really thank our party, Azimio la Umoja, for earning me the ticket, and for the people of Nairobi for the confidence they have shown, the excitement to our ticket, and we want to assure them we shall not let them down, and we are here to tell them what we are going to do for them, and how we are going to do it, and how we are going to do it together.
Without preempting what my colleagues Mark Masai and Zubeida will do, what are your expectations in this debate?
I just expect that we shall show the maturity of the Republic of Kenya, especially in Nairobi. This is Kenya's sitting room, and people behave very well in the living room. So we are going to show maturity. We are going to demonstrate that we are truly ready to serve.
Shebesh, why would your company gather here? Why not allow him to be here and watch on TV?
Well, I am leading the campaign for Azimio in Nairobi under the Azimio umbrella, and therefore I am here to not only lend my support, but to just assure Nairobians that Azimio is the team. And it is a team effort. It's not only about the governorship, because we know that without the role of the senator who oversees that body, which is the devolved government of Nairobi, that also we don't have a complete team. So I am here to just say that as Azimio, we are very proud that we have a governor incoming who is sharp and brilliant, and I think the people of Nairobi today will see why we chose Igathe.
Sifuna, there is no senator debate, absolutely, but umedandia pia.
Sijadandia, you know that in the event the people of Nairobi are gracious enough to give me the position of senator, I am going to be oversighting this gentleman who would be elected governor. We want to hear from them and know, as the office of a senator, that what they're proposing represents the best use of the resources for the people of Nairobi. We have campaigned together, we know the issues that the people have raised, and we believe that we have the best solution as Azimio. I am actually very proud to work with my governor candidate, because he's a credible candidate. He's somebody who starts off with credibility, and we're hoping that he will demonstrate to the rest of the county that in fact our ticket represents the best ticket for the governorship.
Asante sana, we allow you to proceed.
Welcome.
Asante, karibuni sana.
And feel free, that has been quite an initial discussion, Francis. The Azimio One Kenya Alliance team just being introduced to the media team here as they take on the red carpet. Waihiga, let me take it back to you with your panel. You've seen how the Azimio One Kenya Alliance team has come full throttle, and they are hoping that this will be the debate that will turn the 25% of undecided voters towards their side as we await the UDA candidate Johnson Sakaja.
Indeed, Leila, I believe the term political entourage was exemplified there with the team that has flanked Polycarp Igathe, Azimio One Kenya candidate for the Nairobi gubernatorial seat. He had some interesting things to say about the kind of politics he's hoping for, mature, and we'll be discussing some of the statements that he made there together with his team, with my panel. But first things first, we've had another debate that's just ended. What are the immediate reactions from some of the candidates that had to face those moderators there for the last 90 minutes or so? Let's hear from Beatrice Gatonye on the other side. Beatrice.
Asante sana Wahiga Mwaura pamoja na wachanganuzi hapo na bila shaka wenzetu upande ule mwingine. Kama jinsi ambavyo umesikia, Polycarp Igathe tayari amewasili katika eneo hili akijiandaa kwenye awamu ya pili ya mjadala huu wa jioni ya leo. Lakini nisiseme mengi, kwenye mjadala wa kwanza wa wawaniaji ugavana katika kaunti ya Nairobi, mengi ya masuala yameweza kujitokeza katika mjadala huo, huku masuala ya maji, masuala ya ufisadi, masuala ya nyumba, masuala ya msongamano wa magari ni baadhi ya masuala ambayo yameweza kujitokeza, huku hawa wawaniaji wakiwaelezea wakazi wa Nairobi jinsi wataweza kukabiliana na changamoto hizi ambazo zinawakumba wakazi hawa. Na ningependa kuungana naye Kenneth Nyamwamu ambaye alikuwa hapo jioni ya leo, ambaye pia anawania kiti cha gavana tarehe 9 mwezi Agosti. Bwana Nyamwamu, unadhani kwamba umeweza kuwahimiza wapiga kura takriban milioni 2.4 wa kaunti ya Nairobi kukupigia kura, na hasa kuhusiana na swala la ufisadi? Unadhani ulifanya vipi katika swala hilo ukilinganisha na wenzako ambao mlikuwa mkikabiliana nao katika swala hili?
Asante sana. I think tumeuza sera zetu kwa hii platform, tumeonyesha manifesto zetu, and I feel confident, nimeconvince watu wa Nairobi kuwa I'm the right man for the job. Jambo la pili kwa ufisadi, nitairudia kile nilisema, until tuache kuyumba kwa mambo ya ufisadi, hatutarekebisha anything, hatuta-deal na makatel, hatuta-deal na watu wanaiba pesa kutoka kwa county. Ile kitu imebaki saa hii ni kunyonga watu wanaiba pesa.
Asante sana, na kutakia kila laheri. Natumai wakazi wa Nairobi ambao wanatazama jioni ya leo wataweza kuamua iwapo basi wewe ndiwe utakaye kuwa ukiongoza kaunti hii kwa miaka 5 ijayo. Asante sana kwa muda wako. Ningependa kuungana naye pia wa chama cha Safina ambaye anawania kiti cha ugavana kaunti ya Nairobi, Herman Gerwal. Asante sana kwa kujumuika nasi jioni ya leo. Wakazi wa Nairobi wamekuwa wakikutazama jioni ya leo, na wafanyi biashara ndogo ndogo wamekuwa wakisikiza sera zako na jinsi ambavyo utaweza kuwasaidia na kuinua maisha yao. Unadhani kwamba umeweza kuwahimiza wakazi hawa?
So nimesema running mate yangu anafanya kazi na KCB kwa SME department. Mimi nataka kusaidia kila mtu. Kama wewe ni mtoto ya Sky ama wewe ni mtoto ya mechanic, nitasaidia wewe, kwa sababu mimi sitaki baadaye ya miaka 20 wewe unakaa hivi. So nataka tubadilisha maisha ya watu wengi kwa Nairobi, na natuma teknolojia ya kisasa, nafundisha watu. Pia nimeleta elimu ya bure. So kama mtu anataka kusoma, tasoma, tapata kazi, tabadilisha maisha.
Asante sana Greywall, na kutakia kila laheri. Naomba nijumuike naye Nancy Mwadime ambaye pia ni mwaniaji wa kiti cha ugavana kaunti ya Nairobi. Takriban wapiga kura milioni 2.4 jioni ya leo wamekuwa wakikutazama pamoja na Wakenya kwa jumla. Swala la uzoaji taka ni swala ambalo umeweza kukabiliana nalo. Ukilinganisha na wenzako ambao mlikuwa mkijadiliana nao swala hili, unadhani umefanya vipi?
Majina langu ni Nancy Wamboi Mwadime.
Naomba tafadhali unieleze kuhusiana na swala la taka, uzoaji taka jijini Nairobi. Ukilinganisha na wengine tu kwa uwepesi, labda unieleze unadhani umefanya vipi, na unadhani kwamba umeweza kumhimiza mkazi wa Nairobi akupigie kura iwapo utaweza kukabiliana na swala hili?
Mimi naona nimefanya vizuri sana, kwa sababu nataka kusema Nairobi kila mfanyi biashara mdogo mkubwa, sisi sote tuko Nairobi na tumekuja na tuko hapa tutafute na tufanye Nairobi ikue pahali tunaweza kaa pamoja na peace.
Asante na kutakia kila laheri. Anaungana pia na mwaniaji Esther Waringa, mmoja wa wale ambao walikuwa hapa jioni ya leo. Asante sana kwa kufika. Unadhani kwamba mjadala huu kulinganisha na wengine umefanya vipi jioni ya leo?
Naweza sema nimefanya sawa. I've done well. I've given it my best. And I must say that I can be able to identify with the lowest class of people since I was raised and born in the slums, and at the same time I'm in business, and I believe that both levels of people I can identify with them once I'm given a chance to be governor of this Nairobi.
Asante sana Esther, kila laheri. Wakazi wa Nairobi, mmepata fursa ya kutazama awamu ya kwanza ya mjadala wa wawaniaji ugavana katika kaunti ya Nairobi. Tarehe 9 mwezi Agosti tutaweza kuamua mbivu na mbichi na ni nani atakaye kuwa kichukua kiti hicho kutoka kwa Ann Kananu. Kwa sasa ningependa nikuelekeze kwa Wahiga Mwaura ambaye yuko na wachanganuzi jioni ya leo, watueleze kwa undani baadhi ya masuala haya ambayo nimeweza kusema kwamba yameweza kuibuka kwenye mjadala wa kwanza, waweze kuingia kwa undani, kisha baadaye awamu ya pili ya mjadala wa jioni ya leo utakuwa ukingwananga. Wahiga Mwaura, kwako.
Asante sana Beatrice Gatonye. Wacha mimi niendelee na mahojiano yangu hapa na wageni na wachanganuzi wangu. I hope hapo sana. And even as we carry on with our debate here, remember Polycarp Igathe in the building with about another 30 minutes or so to that second debate that will be happening this evening here at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. We continue watching the clock as we await and anticipate the arrival of the UDA candidate Johnson Sakaja. Remember, it is a two-person debate, both of them having polled 5% or more in the last 3 opinion polls in sort of popularity rankings, and that's a debate that will be hosted by Zubeida Kome of KTN and Mark Masai of NTV. So stay tuned for that. One candidate already in the building. He's given his expectations. He's come with his team as well, and they are confident, they are bullish that they have what it takes to put a good showing in the debate. He says he has no goosebumps, no fear. That is Polycarp Igathe. And we now wait for the other candidate to make his way here for that. Of course, we're also reviewing the previous debate. You've heard from those 4 candidates, Herman Grewal there, Esther Waringa Thairu, and Nancy Mwadime, and of course Kenneth Nyamwamu. And my panelists were quickly giving their take on what the first debate was like, as they also dive into what they're anticipating with that second debate. Karen Wakoli, who's to my far left there, can also weigh in on this. Who came out on top, who made a difference in the first debate, and who didn't?
Wow, so in fact, let me just start where Dr. Odote left off at. He said maybe we should have just had one person show up and the rest should have said at home.
I don't know if that's a fair characterization, but please proceed.
Yeah, so for me, I would say I applaud each and every one of those candidates for just showing up. They honored us with their presence. That's really awesome. But some of the things that are critical in terms of just selling yourself as a leader, posture, for instance, I was looking at the posture. I was looking at the outlook. Do those individuals inspire confidence in me as a voter to give them my vote or no? The confidence, ability to communicate and communicate clearly. I was looking out for that. And a few things came out, among all those 4 individuals. Like,
if you had a best communicator award this evening for the first debate, who would you give it to?
You know what? I work for young people. I serve young people. This evening, I am so proud of young people. That when young people are given opportunity, they give their best. Haman did an awesome job. He's a great communicator. He seems to have thought through his ideas and his agenda beforehand. He was outstanding to me, I think. Practical steps in terms of mentoring young people, starting funding mechanisms for young entrepreneurs, digitizing the economy within Nairobi County government. Very practical, salient steps that he wants to take. So I think for me this evening, he stood out.
Prof. Omenya, your reading of the overall quality of debate that was had today. Of course, now Kenya's not having watched a Nairobi gubernatorial debate at this level before, this being the first time. Even as you respond to what the other panelists have had to say, also talk about the quality of the debate that you saw.
Yeah, thank you, Waiga. Of course, I'm professor, so I'm forced to issue marks. Okay, let's declare that all the candidates failed, but all, actually.
All failed?
All failed.
What's your marking scheme?
Some came very close. It's 40%. I think Brewell and Nyamwamu scored over 35, and the other two ladies did about 20%. This is an issue. I mean, on a serious note, I think none of the candidates thought about any serious issue affecting this city to good depth. Whether you're looking at transport, whether you're looking at housing, whether you're looking at small business, it was all very shallow, all very, very trivial. When it came to governance issues and even the politics of the city, relationship between national and county government, again, you could not see any candidate understand how government runs, how the politics of the city is worked, and how they'll weave their way around it. But one of the reasons why I failed them is that none of them came out with any interesting idea. They're recycling old ideas and in a very, very shallow way across board.
You don't think a border app for the whole county
and 3D printing of homes to reduce costs? And I mean, they're all. You see, the truth of the matter is that you ask yourself, from what planet do these people come from? My point is that we were hoping that at least a candidate, we're hoping that these are French candidates with very specific agendas from their parties, be it agenda around youths, be it agenda around business and so on. And what I would have really wanted to see was a candidate at least pick one issue and run away with it.
Forward. I think in time we are going to get more serious candidates, and I think it's a reflection on the parties in a way. I think in terms of Herman Grawal, the ideas he put forward may not be necessarily new. I think in terms of technology, some very good ideas, maybe not new earth-shattering, but that goes to show that we have an implementation gap, because we have loads of good policies that aren't implemented. So don't blame the candidates for not having new ideas, because we are not lacking new ideas. What we wanted here is to have a more convincing kind of a manifesto. And I felt that Herman Grawal, as a youth, presented himself very well. I think he executed his points very well. His closing was excellent. He brought in his party. He brought in his party leadership. And listening to him, I could see if he stays this course, you can see a leader in the making. Having said all that, I do think there is a need for candidates to start at a level that, to find their level. You want to build your political name and your capital. MCA is a very valid position, and I just felt there were good ideas, good intent. It was more like a public participation session, and I was thinking it would be great if these people put themselves forward for MCA and show a commitment to political change.
We invited them for a debate, not a public participation
in terms of
session, but
yes, the level of contribution was more of a public participation session, and I think the level of contribution also means they should start, if I'm going into a job, I start at my entry level and build up.
Okay.
You don't go to the top without the credentials. So yes, a bit of reality. I think the last thing is, in terms of the no-shows, Agnes Kagore hasn't been doing too badly in terms of the polls. She may lose out by not showing up, and we may see Herman Grawal really gain from being here. And then, of course, the issue of skeletons. When you put yourself forward for political office, your skeletons will come out, and you could lose very badly, and it could affect even your private and personal life. So, yes, do your homework on all fronts.
Okay,
yeah.
Philip, let me allow you to win, but I'm told we'll also be hearing from Francis Gachuri shortly as well. But Bonakisia, was there any highlight for you this evening?
Well, I think, first of all, let me join my colleagues in congratulating those who turned up for the debate.
So that's your first
I think it's only
highlight.
fair, yes, because you must be brave to present yourself in such a high-level debate. But if you ask me, if I were to mark, I'm not a professor, but I mark exams. I would mark them 3.5 out of 10. Okay?
All of them?
All of them. 3.5 out of 10. Some would get even 1. Apart from, I think it was Kenneth and Herman, they probably score about 3.5. All right? And just as Wanjiru said, I think you need to know where your place is.
Okay.
At a point.
Philip, I may need to interrupt you for a developing event here at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. I'm told Johnson Sakaja is in the premises. And there we go. Francis Gashuri has that update for us. We've been waiting for this, Gashuri. Absolutely, Wahiga. And good afternoon to you once again. Johnson Sakaja, the UDA candidate, is within the premises. Just like Polycarp Igathe was a short while ago. He should be walking down this route shortly so that we can also get an opportunity.
So Gashuri, we are expecting the Senator of Nairobi County, the current Senator who is expecting to become Nairobi's 4th Governor, Johnson Sakaja of UDA, who we are aware is already in the vicinity. Less than 5 minutes ago, Polycarp Igathe arriving here with an entire entourage of people and personalities who believe in his wisdom. We are just hoping that Sakaja has already been accredited and will be working in a similar fashion to how his competitor and co-debater will be received. This turning out to be quite an interesting evening. We were expecting that this debate was going to happen at 7:30. Now we're hoping for it to begin at 8 p.m. For another 90-minute round of questions and answers. Some of the questions being undertaken in the first debate, inclusive of insecurity, unemployment, the cost of unga, traveling around the city. How does this city look like? Why is it important to this country that is Kenya? The gentleman expected to walk into this red carpeted area is no stranger to politics of Nairobi, having served as a senator for the last 5 years.
Absolutely.
Why is it important for him to be here today to try and convince Nairobians as the best candidate for governor?
Absolutely, Leila. And just a short while ago, Professor Philip Kaloki, is a running mate to Polycarp Igathe, just walked in. We're waiting to see Sakaja. As soon as we are able to do that, we'll be able to inform our viewers that Sakaja is around. But the wait and see continues for now. Remember, he's been a nominated member of the National Assembly and senator for 5 years, representing Nairobi County in the Senate, the bicameral parliament, the National Assembly and the Senate. So he has been a representative of Nairobi County in the Senate, county number 047. So, Wahiga, let me hand it back to you. As soon as we spot Sakaja, definitely we'll be able to tell our viewers and just got to hear what he has to say insofar as this debate is concerned. Back to you, Wahiga. Thanks so much, Gashuri and Leila. I must warn you, it's getting a bit chilly here in our Studio B, but that debate coming up in the next 30 minutes is expected to heat things up. Already in the building, Polycarp Igathe, the Azimio candidate with his team, and his running mate, Professor Philip Kaloki. We're expecting Johnson Sakaja, the UDA candidate, with his hopefully also with his running mate, James Mushiri, also to make their way here shortly. So in case I have to interrupt my guest to take you to that, I will do so that you don't miss any of this action on this live coverage across all stations, both TV and radio as well. Wanakisia, you are giving us your marking scheme, and also feel free now to begin to wade into the next debate. Everyone focused on those two.
Yeah, okay. Now, of course, my colleagues have said a lot about the debate which has just ended, but I think the candidates who are here were very casual. They didn't seem to understand the issues. They didn't provide any solutions. They kept on repeating what we've heard before. There were no new ideas. And if you ask me, I think they should receive a bill. They should receive an invoice for consuming prime time.
And here you are saying I was harsh.
For consuming prime time. Are not giving us value. But not giving us value.
However, they may have engaged researchers. It's not easy.
No, we must be brutal. We must be brutal.
So
they knew they were coming for debate.
What are your expectations?
They knew they were coming for debate. They should have done their homework. There was no homework that was done. They probably just thought they were coming here for child's play. I'm sorry. So they get 3, some of them get 1. But that is a warning shot Honorable Sakaja, who is coming here,
yes,
and Polycarp Igathe. I hope you're prepared.
Exactly.
Otherwise, again, we'll mark you properly.
How different do you anticipate, and tell me this briefly, the level of debate, the type of questions you now expect to hear in the next debate as compared to the one we just came out of?
You see, I think this is it was child's play. Yeah? Now,
you don't need to belabor that point. These were adults
the level now we are getting to, you know, we know we'll be hard tackles. We expect to deal with policy. We expect them to address the issue of strategy. We expect them to tell us how they are aligning Nairobi's vision and their tactics to Vision 2030. We expect them to tell us how they intend to do things given the manifestos their parties have delivered. Because, see, you are not going to work in a vacuum. Already, the country has Vision 2030. It has about 7 8 years to go. Already, government has programmed itself for the next 7 to 8 years. So if you don't align your thinking to the national government thinking to Vision 2030, you may lose a lot. And we're in the capital city. So I expect these two gentlemen to tell us very, very clearly how they have aligned their programs to the national government. How they, for example, intend to retire the debts. We are now at 75 billion. When I left office, I think it was about 14 billion. Now 75 billion. How are you going to finance projects, capital projects, when you are heavily indebted? So how are you going to deal with the issue of debt? How, which areas are you going to prioritize in terms of service delivery? Of course, the biggest right now in terms of service delivery is the issue of solid waste management. Do you have a solution for solid waste management? I heard one of the candidates in the previous debate talk about, throwing litter. I mean, we churn out 3,000 tons of solid waste daily. How do you intend to deal with that?
So it's not a question of telling people stop it now. Yeah. That won't solve the problem overnight. But Professor Odote, for us to understand what sort of governors Johnson Sakaja or Polycarp Igathe or any of the others would be, you have to look at their DNA and sort of where they've come from. You probably know a little bit about these two individuals. What would you say separates them in terms of how they've come up, how Nairobians got to know about them as well? Just give us your analysis.
Thanks, Wahiga. I think if you look at both of them, I think and Philip is laughing. I don't know why he's laughing. But if you look at both of them, I think what separates them is in terms of their background. If you look at both of them are fairly young, so they aren't too old. So you expect modern thinking, which is a good thing. But if you look at the experience that they have, one has an experience in politics. That's Johnson. Johnson has experience in politics, having founded TNA, having been a nominated MP, having been a senator. So understands the political aspect of running a government. The other one understands management much more, having been in private sector for a long time, having essentially his life is corporate. I think his experience with politics was just 6 months. So I think the debate, and there's been a huge debate in the past. What does county governments require? Do they require a manager or do they require a politician? And the answer is out there. I think in 2013, we thought you required a manager. Later on in 2017, we got to get largely politicians. And if you look at the performance of the governors, you can't say whether the manager is better than the politician or vice versa. So I think that's going to be a lot of the conversation is going to take place. On the one instant, when you talk about do you have the experience, the question is going to be what kind of experience? Is it management experience or is it a political experience? That's going to be the critical issue that's going to stand up between the two of them, in my view.
And a very important point that you've raised that I want to hear more from Karen on. Karen, when you look at where Nairobi is right now, with NMS still very much involved in Nairobi affairs, with the challenges that Nairobi faces, rapidly increasing population, under pressure from other capitals around the region who are seemingly shining as well, garbage and transport and housing and so forth. Does Nairobi or would Nairobi fare better in the hands of a career politician or a career professional? Is one of the debates I've been hearing out there, and I'd be keen to hear from you on where you think sort of is the best way forward.
Nairobi would fare well in the hands of a leader, in the hands of a true leader, not a politician and not whatever else you're talking about. But even if it's a politician, are they leaders? do they have the ability to tap into the power of the resource of the people they have? Do they have a track record to be able to actually transform one thing to the other? Do they have a vision? Are they committed to that? Are they committed to listening to people and implementing policies to the latter? So it's about leadership. It's not about politics or management. They both have a track record. They have led, Igade has led a business and a number of businesses, been in
several businesses, I think.
Several businesses. Sakaja has been in the political space from student leadership at SONO at the University of Nairobi. So they both have a track record. But the question is, do they have the leadership ability to transform the county? That is the question.
That's the big question for you this evening. Professor Omenya, I'm going to put you in the shoes of the moderators this evening, and they have their own questions which they'll pose. But if you had a chance to pose a question to each candidate this evening, Johnson Sakaja on one end, Polycarp Igathe on the other, only one, which question, one for each, would you pose?
I think I would pose 2 questions.
You've added more than...
No, there are 2 guys.
One for each.
So you can decide which one you take, who takes what. I think one key question is really about what the position Nairobi occupies in the nation, in the region, and in the globe. So basically, if you're looking at Nairobi as a potential future economic capital, literally, of Africa, how do you get the city there? The other question would be the other way, would be the reverse. Cities are for people. Cities are fundamentally for people. And currently, Nairobi is serving less than actually 10% of the citizens, largely corporates. And we are saying these invisible majorities that live in the slums, that contribute to the economy without getting a service, that, have no place for their children to play, whose buildings collapse every day and die there, that walk to industrial area on a day-to-day basis. What are we going to do about them? Are we sending them to Sri Lanka, or will develop the city in a way that all the citizens prosper socially and economically? And what would they realistically do to deal with this dichotomy? The need to create a glitzy city with an expressway, and on the other hand, the need to ensure that this resident of the informal settlement, whose water has been increased today by 40%, who was already paying, 40 shillings per jerrycan, now they'll be paying 60, that this person actually finds Nairobi livable. That's the issue that I would have really wanted them to engage.
Pose to both of them. And coming to you, Wanjiru, before I hear from Philip Kisa, and you can respond, obviously, on the wider topic of any advice you'd have for the 2 candidates that will be coming up next. As much as there's great contestation to lead the county of Nairobi, that seat is a hot one. The first 2 office holders, I believe, are still battling cases in court at the moment over the same. What advice would you have for the next governor? You lead an accountability institution. What must they do to ensure that they tick the accountability box should Nairobians give them the mandate on the 9th of August?
Well, yes, they should veer away from what has landed their predecessors into this problem. So it's more of what they should not do in their individual capacity. But I think the more crucial question is, how do you transform the culture? Because Nairobi has a culture dating back many years of ingrained corruption, unfortunately. And the issue of transformation is about changing systems. It's also about changing perspectives. It's about changing how we work and how we interact with each other. So beyond the ideas, because Nairobi has good policies. We were talking during the break. We have the master plan. The Nairobi Land Use Master Plan that was developed in 2015. We've got an integrated solid waste management plan that was developed for us by JICA and was, I think, enacted maybe in 2015 again. So we've got a public participation law. We have the laws. We don't have the culture. So how do we change from a county that is rooted in, violation of rule of law, breaking rules, you talk about politicians, you talk about public officers. How do you transform that culture? I think is the bigger thing, because until we close the implementation gap, I sit on the County Budget Economic Forum, or I used to. It kind of fizzled out. This is a statutory body that allows citizens to engage in the public finance management system. Now, this body was set up by Evans Kidero and kind of began working, but was always tokenistic, as we were saying earlier. How do you move from that tokenism to real implementation? Because the things we saw as the forum were very disturbing. We could see revenue falling, especially around elections. It would begin to decline. And we'd ask, if you are collecting licensing fee and the economy is improving, it wasn't due to low economic performance. Why are the revenues going? It means that money is being pocketed. And the county assembly would allow this to go on. AGPO, talking about inclusion in preferential procurement. This policy was enacted. The county was reporting on it, but missing all the details. And these contracts were not being awarded to women, youth, and these other needy institutions. They were being captured. Solid waste. There was a youth program to set up in the informal settlements, youth informal businesses, CBOs. It was set up. It was there on paper. The youth were actually there. But what was happening? Politically, the positions were being given politically. So you actually poison the ground where young people know if you're politically aligned, you will get into the government scheme. So the biggest crisis we have is that Kenyans or Nairobians possibly interact with government in two ways. Either you're coerced and harassed, or you're corrupt. So how do we transform that relationship into a conducive one?
And that's a big question this evening. And I like that you've outlined what I feel effectively could be part of the entry of whoever will take office come the 9th of August. We're still live here from the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. We now have another 10 to 15 minutes or so for the start of the next debate. We continue to await the arrival of Johnson Sakaja, Senator Sakaja, the candidate for the Nairobi gubernatorial seat on a UDA ticket. We have been told he's on his way. We expect his arrival any minute now. Francis Gashuri, Leila Mohammed on standby to give us that update as soon as he arrives. Remember, he's vying together with his running mate, former bank executive James Mushiri, and it will be a two-person debate expected to kick off in the next few minutes on this debate night. But of course, we're looking at a couple of different scenarios with my panelists who are here. And Philip Kisia, I want to come to you. And at the very beginning, you made a statement that really set us off in a different direction when you said debates, in my view, they don't really matter. But the way we look at it right now, 6 out of 9 by the time we're done this evening isn't too bad. Candidates are taking debates. Seriously, have you changed your mind since we spoke earlier this afternoon?
Wahiga, I'm the type of person who says what I mean. And I'm not about to change my statement. Politics in this country will remain the same for at least another 5-10 years. Okay? Until we start addressing the issue of ideology, the issue of ideas, it will be the same thing. Okay. Is what I'm talking about. Now,
on that simple, so we have two candidates. The latest opinion polls put the margin of difference between them anywhere between 5 to 10% max. Looking at, if you look at that, how do you capitalize on a debate like this tonight if you're one of the leading two, as per opinion polls, to ensure that you come out with it is of benefit to you? How do you do that?
I'm just hoping that out of the two, one will be able to at least convince the voter who has not made up their mind that this is the right candidate. You can only do that if you show us that you have the capacity to actually actualize what they have already told you to do. These guys have a very easy job. My sister, Wanjiru talked about a plan, the new plan. The new plan was actually done by my team and handed over to Evans Kidero. Okay? It was actually a grant from JICA. And when JICA were giving me that money as a grant, not me, but the city, they asked me one question. You know, Mr. Kisia, can you promise us one thing? That this money we are spending, because these are public resources from Japan, that this plan will be implemented. And I said, you know what? I promise you that this time round, it will not be a plan that will be put on the shelves to gather dust. It will be implemented. So it has not been implemented by, it was not implemented by Evans. It was not implemented by my friend Sonko. I'm hoping that out of the two, that this person from day one, that they'll pick up that plan and start implementing. Because the plan talks about solid waste management. It talks about public transport. It talks about housing. It talks about road infrastructure. It talks about everything. It talks about the Nairobian, how you can better the lives of the people of Nairobi. What bottlenecks? The two gentlemen, Waiga, they just need to prove that they have capacity to implement this plan and how they are going to implement the plan. Because if they don't demonstrate, if they don't show us how they intend to implement this plan, I don't think they'll do better than the ones who have been there before. So what am I expecting them to do when they get into office? Just to add on what my colleagues have said. Number one, you know, the issue of integrity, which touches on graft, corruption. That is number one. Are you going to deal with it? Do you really have the willpower to get there and deal with decisively with the issue of corruption? Don't talk about cartels. Cartels are human beings like you. If you cannot get rid of them, get rid of yourself. Get rid of yourself.
Those questions that you want to pose to them, how did you perform during your tenure?
Well, the records are there. It is during my tenure.
It's sometimes good to
yes,
it practically.
it is during my tenure, Waiga. Go to the records and check. In 2010, City Council of Nairobi was rated in top 5 amongst the most reformed public institution and most collaborative. Top 5 in a matter of 2 years, my friend. Actually, it was 1 year because I took over in May 2009. In less than a year, I was in top 5. Reforms, my friend. So again, this master plan that we're talking about, and we're happy to talk about.
Okay.
We delivered the master plan through a grant from JICA in 36 months. We started the process of automating City Hall.
You're basically telling us that
we automated City Hall.
Can make a difference.
Yes, it can make a difference.
Plan, implement it.
Take the plan and implement.
But I want to dig deeper, Prof. Omenya, and I'm coming to you, Prof. Odote, as well. There must be bottlenecks. I'm sure every governor that came into that office received the plan, looked at it and thought, probably these are good ideas.
Which bottlenecks? Mora, which one?
we must look at this scientifically, Philip Kisia. Let me hear from the professor, scientifically. What are possible bottlenecks? Because the ideas are known.
Yes, I think the big challenge that we have in the country is, I would look at it, is actually both technical and political capacity to translate plans into action. Because plans may seem to be neutral, but they're not. In fact, they're arrived at through a consultative and a broadly political process. And then on the other hand, you not just get a plan and implement. How do you implement a plan? You have to go to the assembly and you know, have the MCAs, you know, look at these plans, turn them into annual development plans so that they can actually draw money out of them. In between there's a political process. It's not a technical process. And this is why we're saying that we need a leader who has the bigger vision, clearly spelled out, and then has all these plans. And then it can be able then to sit down with MCAs and say, look here, you're coming from this area, this part of the city, this is what you're looking for, this has been taken care of in the plan. You are coming from this area, this has been, you're looking for this has been taken care of in this plan. So we're breaking this down so that in this particular year, why don't we do 1, 2, 3, 4 things that are in the plan? Because if you don't do that, then you end up doing what's happening in the country. Is planning by MCAs, or planning by cartels, or assuming that disparate projects will result into some coherent future whole. Is the plan that ties everything together. And to me, that's what I want to hear from both Polycarp and my friend Johnson Sakaja. That how will they be able to get these technical, very good documents that have been done, and nobody disputes that they're actually good documents, and be able to to go through this political quagmire that is packed with all sorts of crocodiles called MCAs, and then be able to still deliver on these processes. Another thing, we need a leader who understands both management and planning processes, but at the same time is suave politically, so that then they're able to get these things done.
Okay, I need to interrupt you there because I need to take a break right now. Remember, the hashtag is Nairobi Gov Debate 2022. We are live across all TV and radio networks. We're also using the hashtag Presidential Debates KE 2022 as well. We await within the next few minutes the start of the next debate. Already in the building, Polycarp Igathe, the Azimio candidate for the Nairobi gubernatorial seat, and any minute now we expect the arrival of Johnson Sakaja, the UDA candidate, of course in the Kenya Kwanza team as well. But for now, let's take that break. We are live from the Catholic University of Eastern Africa, and we're here from our Studio B, where we continue to analyze everything that happens around this debate today, this being the first one in a set of 3, with the other 2 coming up over the next 2 weeks or so. Stay with us.
Check it. Let's talk about banking. Or let's talk about dreams and goals. Your dreams, your goals. If you're like Louise, you value doing biz with ease. Or maybe you're like Dan, a family man with a plan. At Diamond Trust Bank, it starts with one dream, one goal, one deposit, and one transaction. Pamoja, let's make it happen. So don't just bank with us, bank on us.
We shall legalize weed.
Professor George Luchiri Wajakoya of the Roots Party.
Good evening and welcome to the Pope Paul VI Learning Resource Center at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa in Nairobi. My name is Mark Masai of NTV.
Na jina langu ni Zubeida Kome kutoka runinga ya KTN News. Kutoka popote pale ulipo na kukaribisha katika mdahalo huu unaowahusisha wagombea wa ugavana katika kaunti ya Nairobi.
This is the final of 2 debates involving the 9 candidates cleared to run for governor. In the second debate, we are hosting Senator Johnson Sakaja of the United Democratic Alliance, UDA, which is affiliated with the Kenya Kwanza Alliance, and Mr. Polycarp Igathe of the Jubilee Party, member party of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party.
Kulingana na kanuni zinazosimamia mdahalo huu, wawaniaji wana muda wa dakika 90 za kulumbana kupitia maelekezo na maswali kutoka kwangu na mwenzangu Mark. Maswali tumeabuni wenyewe na hayajajadiliwa na wahusika kwenye mjadala huu.
And our questions are clustered into 6 segments, each running for 15 minutes. As per our debate rules, each candidate has 2 minutes to make an opening statement, 1.5 minutes to answer a question, and 60 seconds for a rebuttal. The topics have been carefully selected after a thorough assessment of sentiments of the regular residents and voters in the city of Nairobi.
Na maelekezo yetu pia yanahitaji wagombea wanaoshiriki mjadala huu kuzingatia tasfida wakati wa mjadala, kumaanisha kwamba wasitumie lugha chafu ya matusi au kudhalilisha wenzao, waendesha mjadala na watazamaji wanaofuatilia mjadala huu mbashara. Lugha ya maneno au ishara zinazoweza kutafsiriwa kuwa matusi hazitaruhusiwa kutumika kwenye mjadala huu.
The same responsibility is shared by the audience seated here in this auditorium. Debate rules do not permit any cheers or jeers, except now, when we turn our attention to the debate platform to welcome the candidates Polycarp Igathe and Johnson Sakaja.
Na mtazamaji, kuingia katika ukumbi huu tulikuwa tumeweka kura ambayo ilistahili kuelekeza ni nani ataingia kwanza na kuwapa nambari wale wawaniaji wawili ambao tunatarajia kwenye mdahalo huu. Kwa sababu Sakaja kufikia sasa hajawasili, inamaanisha kwamba Polycarp Igathe wa Jubilee ndiye atakuwa ukumbini kwa hivi sasa.
And the show must move on, so we will call in this first candidate, Polycarp Igathe of the Jubilee Party.
Polycarp Igathe, uwanjani wako. Tumkaribisha anapoingia.
Thank you. Maintain the position of your podium for the length of this debate. And as indicated, our starting time was clear to all the candidates invited. Thank you for honoring this invitation. And that slot remains open for Johnson Sakaja, the UDA candidate running for governor. I'll start with you, sir. And in leadership and integrity, definitely we look at the importance of that within your leadership once you or when you make the governorship. But start us off by telling us what separates you apart from your competitor.
Thank you very much for that question, and thanks for having me. I'm a product of Kenya's public education system. I'm a product of Kenya's public health system. I was born in Pumwani Hospital. I was educated through Kenya's public education system. I went to a public university, the University of Nairobi. And that sets me apart because in all those three levels, I came out through my upbringing by my dad and mom. My mom, who was a primary school teacher, Mrs. Kamau, and my dad, Mr. Kamau, who was an accountant. My teacher, Francis Bogongare, who I'm very proud is watching me from his home in Meru today. My English teacher, Mrs. Kathucha. These people, my teachers, my parents, my early bosses, and my latest boss, Dr. James Mwangi, taught me three things which sets me apart. That approach every task, approach every calling with high intention, with sincere effort, and with intelligent execution. High intention is prayer. Sincere effort is hard work. Intelligent execution is discipline. That is what we call a PhD. That sets me apart. And Nairobi, I bring a PhD attitude to the job. Give it to me. Thank you.
Naam, umetaja pale kuhusu masuala ya elimu, familia yako ina ueledi wa masuala ya elimu. Wewe mwenyewe umesema kwamba ni msomi wa katika chuo kikuu cha Nairobi. Je, unadhani ni muhimu kwa mgombea kuwa na degree ili kuweza kuongoza kaunti ya Nairobi?
Muhimu kwa mgombea kiti chochote ambacho kiko katika katiba ya taifa letu kuwa amehitimu na amefikisha kiwango ambacho kinakubaliwa na katiba. Kwa hivyo huo umuhimu sio mimi kusema, ni katiba imesema. Ni lazima uhitimu uwe mwalimu, lazima uhitimu uwe daktari, lazima uhitimu uwe mechanic. Hata kuosha gari inahitaji uwe umehitimu au kuwa waiter. Kwa hivyo hata hii kazi ya gavana inahitaji kuhitimu, na hilo ni jambo ambalo latakikana na katiba ya taifa letu la Kenya.
Lakini unadhani kwamba kuwa na degree ni ishara tosha kwamba utakuwa kiongozi bora? Kwa sababu kusoma ni kitu kimoja, uongozi ni kitu kingine. Je, kuwa na degree ndio ishara kwamba utakuwa kiongozi ambaye anastahili?
La hasha, ni mwanzo. Kwa sababu lazima uwe umefikisha kiwango cha usomi. Lakini jambo muhimu kuwa kiongozi ni kuwa unaelewa masuala ambayo unakuja kuyashughulikia. Na pia la pili, pia wewe uwe ni mtu ambao wapenda watu. Hii kazi ya siasa, kazi ya kutumikia watu, ni kazi ambayo unaifanya kutoka kwa roho yako. Na lazima uwe ni wewe ni mtu ambaye namba moja mcha Mungu, mtu ambaye anapenda kuhudumia watu. Na mimi maisha yangu yote nimefanya kazi ya huduma kwa wananchi. Nimeuza soda kwa kiosk, nimeuza bairo kwa bookshop, nimeuza pombe kwa bar, na hivi karibuni nilikuwa nauza pesa kwa mama mboga, kwa watu wa matatu, kwa watu ambao tunawaita wachuuzi wa kawaida. Kwa hivyo hiyo uzoefu wangu wa kazi umetokana na kushughulikia watu wa kawaida katika kazi ya mauzo, hasa katika sekta ya kibinafsi.
It has been the accusation leveled against your side by your competitor. Would have been great to have him here to respond to the question of a degree for governors, that the fight at least and the clamor to fight him to qualify to be on the ballot is for the benefit of Igathe, to lock him out of the race. Just to clear the air on this, what is your response?
I really want to meet my worthy competitor on the ballot. The fight he's had is a fight I truly regret, because it's stopping Kenyans from actually stopping him from coming to office. When all constitutional institutions fail in their duty, then there is a duty by the citizen. And there is no bigger duty than the duty of voting on 9th of August 2022. I wish him well, and I hope that he can come tonight. I also hope that he will be on the ballot on the 9th of August so that we can beat him at 8:57 a.m.
Na umetaja pale kwamba una uweledi na umejitolea na una ule moyo wa kutaka kuwatumikia wakazi wa Nairobi. Lakini kweli uko tayari kuingia katika kazi ambayo itakubidi uwe pale kwa miaka 5, kwa sababu historia inaonyesha kwamba ulipochaguliwa kuwa naibu gavana uliondoka baada ya miezi 6. Hii kazi itakuhitaji kuwa pale miaka 5. Kweli uko tayari?
Niko tayari, niko gangari na nimejitayarisha vilivyo kutumikia wananchi wa Kenya katika jiji Nairobi kwa miaka 5. Mimi wakati nilipokuwa kwa kiti ya deputy governor nilisema kwamba sikupata na sikuweza kupatiwa kazi nifanye kama deputy governor. Na kuna jambo moja ambalo lazima tukubali. Ukiangalia wanasiasa katika taifa la Kenya, wako zaidi wanaochaguliwa kupitia kwa debe. Wangapi wanafanya kazi yao na ukweli wanapewa mshahara kwa sababu wamefanya kazi? Hilo ni swali tunafaa kujiuliza. Mimi siwezi kubali mshahara bila kufanya kazi.
Unasema kwamba hukupewa kazi. Ni kwamba haukuwa una ushirikiano na Governor Sonko? Ni kwamba ulijipata katika nafasi hiyo kimakosa? Au ni vipi wewe kama naibu gavana unasubiri tu kupewa kazi?
Governor Sonko ni rafiki yangu, ni mwalimu wangu wa kisiasa, hasa siasa za Nairobi, na muheshimu na namuenzi mpaka wa leo. Ni rafiki yangu, hata dakika 5 zilizopita tumeongea. Lakini kazi ni tofauti na urafiki. Siwezi kuja ofisini na kila siku kazi yangu ni kusoma gazeti na kuacha koti kwa kiti alafu naenda na lala. Kazi lazima uwe iko kazi ambayo na mpangilio wa kazi umepewa. Na usipopata hiyo kazi basi unaheshimu katiba. Na katiba ya Kenya inasema article 1 kwamba nguvu zote za katiba ni za mwananchi. Na kazi yangu nilipopiga reverse gear ilikuwa ni kusema na heshimu katiba ya Kenya, na heshimu mpiga kura. Na hivi leo nafanywa interview kama mfanyikazi wa watu wa Nairobi, na nawaeleza nitawafanyia kazi. Na baada ya miaka 2-3 mambo ambayo niliona yaweza kutendeka yalitendeka, na tugange yajayo yaliyopita.
In retrospect, you did not quit on the residents of Nairobi who entrusted you, and in fact threw their weight behind your boss because you were there as a deputy. You didn't quit on them. Do you owe them an apology?
I failed to earn the trust to deliver my mandate as deputy governor. I never blamed anybody. I blamed myself, and I fell on my sword. Today we see a lot of people who, rather than quit their position, continue to sit there and enjoy the trappings of power and enjoy a salary from government. They enjoy public money. I did not quit on you. If I quit on you, I would not have come to represent myself again through my party Jubilee, through Azimio la Umoja, and contest the nominations, and then win, and then be here as a candidate. I respect Kenya. In our national anthem, we always say, Kenya istahili heshima. And that is a prayer, and that's our national anthem. We put our hands on our hearts, and we say, Kenya istahili heshima. Na heshima ni kwamba, if you feel you're earning money you should not earn, especially public money, then you take a bow and you come back for a fresh mandate. Ladies and gentlemen, I've come for a fresh mandate. I seek to be governor of Nairobi. Please try me.
Unadhani ulihitaji ujuzi wa kisiasa ili kuweza kustahimili mawimbi ambayo yalikukabili wakati huo? Ungekuwa na ujuzi, labda mambo yangekuwa tofauti.
Siasa ni jambo la muhimu sana kuachiwa wanasiasa tu. Sisi ambao tumefanya biashara katika sekta ya kibinafsi tunaelewa. Na mimi kama kazi niliyokuwa nikifanya kwa benki, nimeona wafanyabiashara wengi ambao biashara zao wamefunga sababu ya maslahi yao kukataa kuangaliwa na watu ambao hutengeneza sera, hutengeneza sheria katika bunge. Na kwa hivyo nakuja hapa na uzoefu wa private sector, na nasema tuingie sasa, let us change kidogo, let's change the tune, tuingie, tupindue, tulete mapinduzi, tulete ari mpya, kasi mpya, mwamko mpya, tuendelee. Tujaribu mtu ambaye ana uzoefu ambao unaweza kusaidia kisiasa. Na siasa ni nini? Siasa ni ile mambo ya kuleta watu pamoja ili mtimize maslahi ya watu na jamii. Mtengeneze uchumi, tutengeneze mazingira, tutengeneze jamii na tuendelee pamoja. Hiyo ndio siasa. Hata katika sekta ya kibinafsi, kazi ndio hiyo ya kufanya kazi na wenzetu. So nimekuja hapa, nimejitolea, nimeamua kwamba Nairobi hatuwezi tena tukaendelea, jiji kubwa kama hili, kuongozwa na uongozi ambao hauna uzoefu wa kufanya kazi. Mimi na kazi ya kuendesha jiji ni kazi ambayo inahitaji ufanye kazi na wafanyikazi ambao nimechunga. Nimeendesha makampuni ambayo iko na wafanyikazi maelfu, budget za mabilioni, na ndivyo nasema nafikiri nina uzoefu. Hii kazi ya budget bilioni 40, wafanyikazi 15,000, nataka hao wafanyikazi wapate kiongozi bora, kwa sababu wakipata kiongozi bora tutapatia wananchi wa Nairobi huduma na taifa letu litakuwa nzuri, na nitakuwa nimefanya kazi yangu kama mwananchi wa taifa la Kenya.
You do have the decorated profile in terms of the boardroom and the qualifications therein. Politics is part of the game, and especially for a county like Nairobi and the position it has nationally. Are you confident about your political ability to make sure that you control and you keep things under control within the capital?
Thank you very much for the compliment. I can tell you, even private sector, there's a lot of politics. In business, there are shareholders, there are employees, and there are customers. Shareholders invest in employees. Employees invest in customers. Customers pay the shareholders, and the cycle works like that. In politics, the shareholder is the political party. The political party then nominates candidates who come as politicians and civil servants who come as civil servants. And the work of civil servants is to then serve the public. And the public, in turn, keeps giving power to the right party. I am very proud to be a member of Azimio la Umoja, led by the most disciplined shareholder in politics, if I can use those words, Raila Amolo Odinga Baba. He has run the most disciplined political party. I'm very proud to be a member of his team. I'm very proud to be a member of the Nairobi team with my colleague Edwin Sifuna, with my colleague Esther Passaris, with all our MPs. I'm very proud. And because I'm joining a disciplined team, we are going to serve the public. What has been the problem of politics is just like in business, we have employees. In politics, what we see is that you have politicians, political parties and politicians who have come together to steal from the public. It's like a shareholder and an employee and management stealing from the customer. That's not sustainable. What I can say is, in closing, that remark is, when a customer loves you, no one will harm you. When a voter and the public loves you, no one will harm you. We are seeing it in Sri Lanka. We are seeing it in very many countries, that people are eventually the silent majority. We have in Kenya, we have a very big silent majority. Quiet people, decent people, honest working people who go about their lives. They are really tired of the circus of usual politics, of insults, of drama, of coming late for interviews, of eligibility to a job. It just says this is what the eligibility. People are really tired. And I know that because I live amongst the people and I'm a son of this country. People just want a normal servant service person. They just want a politician or a leader who just gets the job done. And me and my partner, my deputy governor, who's an accomplished scholar, Professor Philip Kaloki, we are just here to get the job done. And we have come with a full blessing of our party, and we have fused a lot of ways: the Wiper way, the ODM way, the Jubilee way, the NAK Kenya way, the KANU way, the UPIA way. the DAP way. We have fused that, and that is the genius of this thing called Azimio la Umoja. Kenya will never be the same again because you Kenyans have decided to vote for Azimio la Umoja on 9th of August 2020.
Umetaja pale kiongozi wa Azimio Raila Odinga na ukamtunukia sifa kedekede. Je, uamuzi wako wa kuingia katika kinyang'anyiro hiki ulikuwa ni uamuzi wako wa hiari, wa binafsi, au ulikuwa uamuzi wa Raila Odinga na mrengo wa Azimio la Umoja?
Uamuzi wangu kuingia siasa niliufanya tarehe March mwaka 2017. Ndipo niliamua kuingia kisiasa kabisa. Na mimi nimekuwa member wa Jubilee Party kutoka wakati huo. Watu wengi wanasema nimeingia siasa hivi sasa. Nilichaguliwa na kura 869,000. Nafikiri
kidogo,
na 2017, wacha nimalize.
Kwa sekunde chache naomba.
Nilichaguliwa na kura 869,000 wakati uliopita. Na sasa nimerudi tena kusimama. Ni uamuzi wangu binafsi wa kuja kwa siasa, na nilipigania kiti, nikang'ang'ania kiti, nikashinda tikiti ya chama tawala Jubilee.
So Igathe is his own man.
Igathe is his own man, and he won his nomination. He canvassed for his nomination politically within the party. Right. And within the party, we also had two other candidates. The people who were running against me also did not have degrees, and I bet them.
All right, on that point, I think you'll be happy with this intervention because your competitor for the governor's seat has arrived, and would like to now call in Senator Johnson Sakaja.
Hey, karibu mdosi. Sasa bro, how are you?
Good, how are you doing?
Good, karibu sana. Good to see you. Pole. Traffic mbaya tutasort.
Thank you very much.
Senator Sakaja, why are you late?
Well, my opponent is used to head starts, and so I wanted to give him an opportunity, and we're here.
Lakini mbona umekuja kuchelewa?
Nilikuwa nataka kumpa nafasi, aanze, amezoea kupatiwa nafasi ya kuanza. Na hakuna haja kuzingatia hiyo zaidi. I think we all know the head start we're talking about, that is from government, TC, but good to see you, Polycarp.
Good to see you, Sakaja. Welcome.
I look forward to a good debate. Thank you.
All right. What separates you from your top competitor for the governor position?
Well, Polycarp Igathe is a great man. He's a friend of mine. We've been in Jubilee together. We've campaigned together. I think what separates us is the heart to work for the people. He's had a career in corporate sector. I've had a career in public service and in leadership. The problems this county has, the challenges in our city, the issues we need to deal with, need solid political leadership, and that is what I know.
Naam, swala la maadili katika uongozi lina umuhimu gani katika siasa zako, katika kampeni yako, katika mchakato huu mzima wa kuwania kiti cha ugavana katika kaunti ya Nairobi?
Swala za maadili ni muhimu sana, kwa sababu kiongozi sio yale ambayo unasema ama yale ambayo unazo kama fikra, ni yale ambayo unafanya. Integrity is extremely important, na mimi nazingatia masuala yote ya maadili. I think integrity defines who you are, and it's not about who you are in public but also who you are in private, and that's what defines a leader, because as a leader your work is to set a good example. Your work is to show the community and the society where to go to. And so, of course, integrity is not perfection. Integrity is not pontification. Integrity is not saying that you'll never make any mistake. Integrity is taking responsibility. And integrity is being able to stand up and say, yes, on this I am right, and yes, on this I am wrong. That is integrity.
You speak about abiding, and part of the requirement for governor is the competence and the credentials.
Yes.
Do you believe that it is important for someone running for governor to have a degree?
It's not just important, it's a requirement by our constitution.
Do you have a degree?
That's the reason I'm here. That's the reason I've been gazetted. I do have all the qualifications required to run for governor of Nairobi, and on top of a degree, beyond just the academic qualifications, I have the competence, the character, I have the will and the experience to lead this county of Nairobi.
Why is it so contested?
Because, as I've said, the head starts being sought include that. I think, and I feel bad for my opponent, because majority, or rather the biggest part that his team has been relying on, was not to have me on the ballot. I'm glad I had his said, because I've been around, I've been in this complex and listening, saying that, he wants me on the ballot. I'm glad he said that, but many of his political benefactors do not want me on the ballot because they know the effect of that. I do have a degree from Team University. I presented it on the 6th of last month to the competent authority, which is the Commission for University Education. After that, it was presented to the counterpart commission in the, in our neighboring country. They verified it. Many people have said that I'm trying hard to prove that I have one. Actually, it's my detractors trying hard to prove that I don't have one. Now, this issue is before the court, and the reason I sympathize is that if my opponent and his team focused on going to the people, then they would stop looking for solace in the courts. I have it. In fact, I would want to display it today to all of you to see. I don't know how you'll verify it, but the competent authorities and institutions that have to verify it have actually said it is correct.
Na kwa dakika moja unusu, kwa sababu sasa hivi tutaanza kuzingatia muda kulingana na sheria na masharti ambayo tuliweka awali. Kwa dakika moja unusu, endapo utachaguliwa kuwa gavana wa kaunti ya Nairobi, kisha baadaye kesi iwasilishwe mahakamani ambayo itabatili ushindi wako, utawajibikia wakazi na wapiga kura wa Nairobi? Hakuna kesi inaweza kubatili ushindi wangu, kwa sababu kwanza ushindi wangu, unajua ndugu yangu anaongea juu ya 8:57 am. Ushindi wangu utadhihirika, utaonekana. Nafikiri vile mmetutawanyisha kutoka wale wengine ilikuwa kwa sababu ya utafiti ambao umefanywa, na utafiti umeonyesha kwamba niko mbele zaidi. Mambo ambayo yako kotini yataisha kwa sababu tunajua ukweli ambao uko. Hakuna tashwishi hapo. Na zaidi ya hiyo, kwa sababu kumekuwa na hiyo, unajua, kizungumkuti ambayo imeongozwa na serikali, and I have said it previously, who has been driving this and how it's been driven. I think by the time we're going for re-election, we'll make sure that there's even more to be able to show on that. So that is not an issue of concern. What is of concern to us, and what is of concern to anybody worth his salt as a leader in this city, is the plight of the millions of Nairobians who are suffering the lack of dignity and the lack of order in our city. And that is where our focus must be. So I do not expect any challenges beyond that, because what is out there is political propaganda. If you look at the lengths that the state has gone to try and stop my candidature, if you look at the resources deployed, including diplomats and the ambassador, etc., intimidation of institutions, revoking and revoking, etc., then you know that there's something there. And I think nothing of that source will stand the test of time.
Are you saying that those who are backing this fight for your contestation for the position of governor are behind your competitor?
Yes.
What do you say about that? You have an opportunity to respond.
Our worthy competitors have pitched themselves as victims, and the entire platform is victimhood. That they are victims of the weather, they are victims of the law, they are victims of what they call the system. But facts are facts, and the truth is the truth. I have said I really would love to meet Senator Sakaja.
I think out of abundance of the heart,
I would like to meet Senator. I would like to meet. I would like to meet Senator Sakaja on the ballot, because on the ballot, so that we can beat him, and so that the people who are the last line of defense when all other institutions fail, prove to him that they know better. That wajinga waliisha Kenya, na waliisha Nairobi. If any other institutions fail, the people should never fail on the ballot.
Naam, muda umekwisha. Senator Sakaja, je, uamuzi wako kuingia kinyang'anyironi, ama niweke hivi, uamuzi wa kuingia kinyang'anyironi ulikuwa wako binafsi au ulikuwa wa chama na kiongozi wa chama?
Nimefurahi kwanza tumemaliza hicho kipindi, kwa sababu I'm able to prove and to show that I have the qualifications, and that is going on. I'm looking forward to it. And I know millions of Nairobians everywhere I've gone to tell me every day that they're praying, and because they can see that big hand of the state, and we shall be vindicated in due course. When there's time after this, I'm available to speak to that. Of course, my intention to run for governor of Nairobi has been my intention. I've grown up in this city. I was born in Ngara. I've seen this city when it had some semblance of a working city, and I've also seen the lack of dignity and order in our people. The lack of dignity when Mama Mwende in Kayole had to watch her daughter die at Mama Lucy because of an ambulance. I've seen that, and I've committed myself to lead the charge of providing order and dignity in the city. So it was my decision, it is my decision, and beyond that, it is a resolve of the millions of Nairobians to rescue this city from state capture.
Your decision, you say, but it is on a ticket UDA under Kenya Kwanza.
Yes.
If you are elected as governor, how much of a burden will the patrons of your particular alliance have or be to your leadership as governor?
I think I've distinguished myself over the years as an objective leader, as a leader who stands his ground, as a leader who stands on principle. Many times, even before what my competitors and their colleagues thrive on, they like talking about the handshake, I've demonstrated what we call siasa safi. When the Honorable Prime Minister, former Prime Minister's retirement benefits were being rejected in Parliament because his now partner and brother said he must retire from politics, I'm the only person from Jubilee who stood up to defend. When Honorable Oloch was being fought at Pan-Africa by Jubilee members on the 26th of October, I'm the one who defended him. When Babu Owino was thrown into a cell and Raila Odinga and Wetangula could not remove him, I went, despite there not being any agreement before the handshake. I believe in siasa safi. I believe politics is not enmity. And I want to assure even my opponent that once we get into office, some of the ideas he has, because he's a good manager, and this city also needs, in some areas you need managers, of course, led by a leader with a vision. We'll incorporate the ideas. Everybody's sitting on that side note that I have no negative relationship with them, and that is the siasa safi Nairobians want. And that is why all your polls show that Nairobians across the political divide have resolved to support me for the office of governor.
Bwana Polycarp, je, ni kwamba Azimio mnaendesha siasa chafu katika kaunti ya Nairobi?
Kwanza wacha tuangalie siasa safi ni nini. Mwaka uliopita taifa la Kenya, the amount of money, pesa ambazo walituma kwa serikali gatuzi kutoka kwa serikali ya kitaifa was 370 billion shillings. 370 billion, Nairobi ilipata 19 billion. 5% only ndio ilikuja Nairobi. Nairobi, wapiga kura Nairobi ni 11% ya tuko 2.4 million out of 2.4 million voters out of 22 million voters in the country. Now, Nairobi contributes 2.2 trillion wame collect Kenya Revenue Authority. 60% ya hiyo 2.2 trillion imetoka kwa viwanda na wafanyi biashara hapa Nairobi. How does somebody contribute 60% of revenue and you only share 5% back? Na hiyo siasa safi ndio seneta wetu amefanya katika Senate. Kazi ya seneta ni kutuombea pesa. Ametuombea tu 5%. Alienda huko kufanya kazi ya county zingine. Hapa ndio sababu Nairobi hamna mashule. Tuna nasari pengine 211. Tuko na health centers kidogo sana, da dispensary. Na ndipo njaa na umaskini umekithiri hapa kwa sababu watu hawajui Nairobi is unaffected and a very poor country.
Muda wako umekwisha.
A very poor county.
Muda wako umekwisha.
That is not siasa safi.
Bwana Sakaja ameuliza umetetea vipi county ya Nairobi ulipokuwa seneta katika kipindi hiki cha takriban miaka 5. Je, kweli umewajibika kama seneta wa county ya Nairobi?
Zaidi. Na zaidi ya wote wengine ambao walichaguliwa kama maseneta. Ukiangalia utafiti ambao umefanywa kwa miaka 3 ambayo imepita, for the last 3 years running, I've been rated the best performing senator in the Republic of Kenya. I brought more bills, more motions, more questions about the county administration of Nairobi than any other senator, and you can check. I can see you have laptops. You can check that. On top of that, the work of the senator is to bring resources to the county. When I became senator for Nairobi, Nairobi was receiving 15 billion. I'm living with it 3.3 billion higher at 19 billion. That is actually understanding your assignment and prosecuting it the way you need to. So I brought that money. In fact, naturally, it will take more than 10-15 years in terms of cycles of devolution to get to an increase of 3.3 billion.
Something Igade says isn't quite enough, even though you've gotten it to 19 billion. Something he says isn't enough, given the contribution of the capital to the rest of the nation.
Now, if you understand the framework of devolution under our constitution, fiscal decentralization has what we call the horizontal division of revenue. In that horizontal division of revenue, you have a county allocation of revenue bill where you divide the amount that is given amongst the counties. So of course there is a ceiling of what has been given to all counties. What I have fought for is the fair share for Nairobi City County, which remains to be the highest, and over and above what any other county gets.
Igade, you have a response on that?
I don't know how much is enough.
What Senator ensured persisted in this country is a philosophy that is unsustainable. That you take from people according to their needs and give to others according to their ability and give to others according to their need. Nairobi is a very needy county. And the criticism I'm profiling here and submitting to him is that as senator, what did you do to help Nairobi overcome the hunger, the deprivation, the desperation in the informal settlements? Did you bring that matter to Senate? Did you make people understand that case? Instead, what we saw, he was a leader of a group called Team Kenya that even removed incentives for county to generate their own revenue. We used to get 1% extra if you generate your own source revenue. Like Nairobi is only generating this is going to do about 9 billion of its own revenue. So the the CRA, Commission for Revenue Allocation, was giving us brownie points as a county if you collect your own revenue and you don't rely on the national government. And these are some of the things he did not protect as our senator. So how does somebody fail or does not succeed in their task and then you give him the job of governor?
Na ulifeli katika kutetea na kulinda rasilimali za kaunti ya Nairobi, na ukiwa seneta kwa takriban miaka 5 ambao umekuwa katika uongozi, umeweka mikakati gani kudhibiti na kuimarisha ukusanyaji wa mapato katika kaunti ya Nairobi ambayo yameonekana kudidimia?
19 billion from 15 billion is success. It's an improvement. In fact, if I succumbed to the sloganeering that my worthy competitor is talking about, you know, which in fact his argument is the best case to show that education does not necessarily equate to intelligence. Because if I bring a box and tell you this is 1 man 1 shilling and it's 1,000 bob to you and inside it's 500 shillings, would you accept it? What they were offering Nairobi Polycarp was 134 million shillings more. I refused with my Team Kenya. I said Nairobi has the depth of poverty, that urban poverty bites harder than rural poverty, that you have nothing in this city, you'll have nothing to eat, you'll have nowhere to stay. And I refused that 135 million shillings and got 3.35 billion shillings for the people of Nairobi. If I was just to fall for the empty slogan, Nairobi would still be at 15.8 billion shillings today. So I'm very proud, and I'm proud of all my members, because not only did I secure that for Nairobi, I showed this country that there is no Kenya A and Kenya B. There's no second-class county in a first-class country. And I stand my ground that we must be patriotic. Even as we're in Nairobi, we have people from all across the country. On top of that, I can list to you the bills. I brought the startup bill. I brought the prompt payment bill. I brought the National Disaster Management Authority bill in the Senate. I have fought for Uber drivers, Taxify and all digital hailing apps. I have spoken about the demolitions and even stopped demolitions that are going further. I have done a lot. In fact, if you give me maybe an hour or so to just list the things I have done in the Senate, and I hope the next Senate of Nairobi will be able to fill in those big shoes,
that response,
because it is work that we've done.
Let's push on with that aspect then on. You talk about not having enough funds allocated to Nairobi given its place in the nation. However, there is the issue of not being able to actually get the potential revenue that it can get owing to the cartels in the city, which have been a thorn in the flesh of the administration. But it can be argued also fostered by the leadership. What will you do to get rid or deal with the cartels? Igade, you have a minute and a half.
Thank you very much for that question. Nairobi collects, for sure, way above 200 million shillings every day. But what ends up in Nairobi coffers is around and about roughly 40 million a day. So over 160 million shillings is lost every day. That's the fact. We've had a senator whose work is also oversight. And Senator Sakaja, you had a chance to be seen in this country oversighting the county of Nairobi. When push came to shove and the impeachment question came to the floor of Senate, it's up to Kenyans to see how you voted. Not only did you did not even take a decision, you abstained. you walked away from the conversation. We have not seen you. Nairobi County employees, in fact, we have to apologize to them. They do unbelievable. Their salaries are delayed. Their remittances are delayed. The Auditor General's report about Nairobi City County is that Nairobi City County's has a debt of over 80 billion now. That is what it has been given an adverse opinion. But have we ever heard once our senator speak about it? And that's why I'm saying the oversight role he did not do very well, and he actually did not succeed in that oversight role. But the cartels we will deal with, because we have the numbers and we know who they are, and you have seen them even in the campaign season trying to fight and hide behind
muda wako umekwisha. Bwana
Sakaja,
una muda wa dakika moja unusu kujibu.
I'm actually quite tickled that Polycarp Igathe can talk about push coming to shove and me not making a decision. Before even push came to shove, in like 4 or 5 months, Polycarp Igathe quit on the people of Nairobi. In fact, that should have come in the question of integrity. Because when you talk about public trust, chapter 6, at the expense of private convenience, that is the question that we must answer.
It did come up before you, right?
The question on impeachment. Governor Sonko will not be facing an impeachment if you're stuck in office. In fact, if you're stuck in office, you probably would have been the incumbent governor. If you're stuck in office, there'd be no NMS in Nairobi. The reason we have NMS in Nairobi is after Polycarp Igathe could not wait or stand the heat in the kitchen, he ran away in less than 6 months. This city needs resilience. You need to be tough. You cannot say that you have betrayed 800 and I think, how many votes did you guys get? 40 or something thousand votes, 840,000 votes, because you could not get the trust of one individual, yet 1 million Nairobians have given you the public trust. When push has come to shove, look at the Senate answered. I have spoken more times than any senator. I have raised more questions in the Senate than any other senator. In fact, I have taken the former Governor Sonko to court on the action he took on Matatus. The record is clear. This county needs a political manager who understands how to deal with the leaders and how to deal with the issues of the people, but has a thick skin. In fact, if half of the tribulations I'm facing right now in my bid were on Polycarp, Azimio would have no candidate. But I have stood.
Your time is out. You've stood. You ran off.
He'd have quit.
Integrity. I define integrity as what you do in private. If it ever became public, you'll never be ashamed. I'll tell you what is not integrity. Is uttering false documents and then standing here and saying I have integrity. Go to the website of the East African of EACC. Go to the website of IBC. Check the university governors, Sakaja, Senator Sakaja. No, let me go. Go and check what Senator Sakaja cited as his degree in 2017. It's a public document. And then look at the degree he's saying it is today. We don't even know who he is. Is your name really Sakaja? Nairobi. Careful. All of us, careful. We can no longer entertain charlatans in positions of high national responsibility. And charlatan is not an insult. It's people of questionable integrity. It's people and individuals who come to steal from you wholesale to distribute retail to their friends. And I submit to you, the man to my left will do exactly that. Careful.
I think the man to my right did exactly that by running away from the mandate given to him by Nairobians. Actually, the entire mess we have in this city. Because when he ran away from office, and I think he said somewhere because he got a bigger salary somewhere, I don't know. This city went into a spiral. I assure you, even the drafting of the articles of transfer, I had to be involved because we had to rescue Nairobians. And he ran away from that public office. Now, if you cannot withstand the heat of a deputy governor, you can't run Nairobi City County. You have 85 MCAs, possibly 40 nominated, 125 MCAs. You have 17 constituencies. If just one Mike Sonko made you run, tomorrow Matatus will strike. The next day, hawkers will be on the street. The next day, and you're trying to run this county by being popular, it will not work. Again, as I've said, it is really unfortunate that the only card they had was to try and stop me from being on the ballot. I want to tell you to wake up, smell the coffee. On the 9th of August, I'll be on the ballot for governor of Nairobi City County. And on the 25th, we shall be sworn in. Because Nairobians can see through the game. And the documents he's talking about, for instance, In fact, they're part, and I don't want to wade into subject this, but they're forged documents. They actually forged documents in court by them. They have tried to...
Lakini huwezi kuthibitisha hilo, sio?
Of course I can, because the signature there is not my signature.
Lakini sisi kwa sababu hatuna hizo stakabadhi hata kuruhusu kuzitumia.
Tuachie hapo, lakini wacha nijieleze, naona dakika zinaenda. Utanipa nafasi nzuri nijieleze. Mimi nimehitimu na nimesoma na nimesimamia watu Nairobi.
Jina lako ni Sakaja?
Not just in fair weather.
Sakaja ni jina lako halisi?
Nafikiri mlialika Sakaja. Jina lako ni Zubeida.
Niko hapa kuuliza maswali, uko hapa kujibu, naomba.
Ukiuliza swali ambao kama watu Nairobi wanasema itoshi.
Mwenzako amekuuliza swali. Kwa sababu uko hapa kujibu, ndio sababu tunakupa nafasi kujibu. Jina lako ni Sakaja.
Out to the issues Nairobians are facing instead of trivializing this debate as to what my name is, honestly. My name is Arthur Johnson Sakaja.
Naam.
I'm the senator of Nairobi and the incoming governor, God willing, on the 9th of August.
Asante kwa kujibu.
And I want us to talk about water. Let's talk about the poverty our people are facing. Let's talk about sorting out mobility and transport. Let's talk about sorting out our children in school. Let's talk about the issues of the people. And the rest of the games being played by the state and our opponents can then have their way. Because Kenyans have seen. In fact, I want to give you full reassurance. Just yesterday, a few of the government administration officers have called me saying that they've been coerced into supporting the candidature of my opponent, and they've refused. Chiefs have refused.
Well,
DCs have refused.
We can't quite verify that. That's your word. That's your word.
The questions he has, I have 16 seconds.
That's your word on that. But he said, and you didn't quite respond directly to it.
To what
at the moment, I'm quite clear, Senator Sakaja.
Thanks, Mark.
At the moment of reckoning, when
Yes.
there was questions over the leadership of former governor, the moment
Yes.
of impeachment,
Let me explain how
you
Senate
walked
works.
away.
Let me explain how Senate works. It's my question.
Sure, go ahead.
When you go to the Senate, I've seen one of the candidates here. There are 3 buttons to press when you have to vote. You either press yes, you press no, or you press abstain. For you to run away from the vote in the Senate, you actually walk out. You don't press any. Meaning to abstain is actually a vote, and it's a statement that you make. The tradition, because Parliament is ruled by the standing orders, by traditions and by precedents, and the past jurisprudence that has been set in the Senate. When a matter comes regarding your county, you're supposed to prosecute your position on the floor and then let others make the decision. Because if you vote yes to impeach a governor, of course it shows your conflict of interest, because you want also to be governor. Then it shows that you're putting a man down. And let me tell you, Kenyans have grace. No matter the ills of Governor Mike Sonko or whoever else would have been there, you never kick a man when he's down. So when you press yes, you've displayed your conflict of interest. If you press no, it means that you're actually abetting and agreeing with what he has done. And so the tradition from 2013, when an impeachment has been brought to the Senate, is the Senate of that area actually abstains on that vote. I'd have had the luxury of walking out and not being there for that vote. It's a decision I would take again if it came to me. And I'm proud of the decision I made.
You had a point to raise on that earlier.
I want to come in and say, yeah, it's true. Don't kick a man when he's down, but I have a better statement. Don't kick a dead dog.
I don't understand why you'd call the former governor
no, it's not the former governor. It's you I'm talking about.
Lakini naomba Igathe.
I don't want to kick you. That's why I'm asking.
Igathe,
and you had me.
Naomba.
You
had
me earlier.
Naomba unisikize dakika moja, sekunde moja. Tafadhali tusitumie lugha ya matusi wakati na kudhalilishana katika mjadala.
Wacha niseme hivi. Let me say this. Not kicking a dead dog is actually an English phrase, is not an insult. It's to say, don't go for somebody when he's down. And I already said, I want to meet him on the ballot. I want to meet my competitor. I want to meet my competitor. I truly want to meet my competitor on the ballot. But I want to remind him that uttering a false document is one of the laws in this country that does not. It is one of the things in this country that you're not fined for. You are taken straight if you are found guilty. And that is for the investigative capacity. We didn't come to do that here. All I'm telling Kenyans...
That is an allegation.
Can I finish? What the Constitution wants is a competent governor, a capable governor, a governor with a character. Ask yourselves, who amongst two of us can you trust?
It also wants a governor who will stay in office for 5 years.
All right. You said earlier you know who the cartels are. Enumerate them, put them on notice on how you're going to deal with this. Earlier when you were talking about the cartels.
The cartels of Nairobi have persisted for 4 decades.
Who are they? You said you know.
It is a clique of people who have choked the city, and especially the biggest symptom of cartel behavior is in the situation with garbage collection in the city of Nairobi, the situation with pending bills, the situation with suppliers in the city of the county of Nairobi. We need to look at suppliers in the city, in the city of Nairobi, and ask ourselves, who are they? Do they meet the threshold of our public procurement laws, procedures, and regulation? And I want to ask Kenyans to read Auditor General Nancy Gathungu's reports to really see what I'm talking about. Errors and omissions, the statement of assets and liabilities of Nairobi City County, the statement of cash flow, the statement of appropriation, recurrent budget, and development budget. When you read that statement, she's actually saying these numbers don't reflect the fair data of proper financial practices, proper HR practices. And that is where you see the name of the cartels. And only a president who is running on an anti-corruption platform like Raila Amolo Odinga can tackle this issue. And people who have been stood up to scrutiny. I have always been an employee. I've always been audited. I have never taken a shilling that does not belong to me apart from my salary.
Na kabla tuvuke kwake, ulikuwa naibu gavana katika kaunti ya Nairobi kwa takriban miezi 6. Katika muda huo ulijukumika vipi katika kuwakabili hawa cartels, hawa walaghai, hawa watu ambao wana
kwanza walaghai tulionana nao kwa sababu for the time when I was a governor, Nairobi City County moved its revenues from the 18-12 million we used to find to 100 million levels, 120 million a day.
You're never a governor.
When I was deputy governor, I was in the governor's office. Thank you. For that period when I was a deputy governor, that is what was going on. And we started to pay salaries on the 25th of every month. There was also remission of all statutory deductions. When I was there, I started the titling program for Nairobi to give title deeds into Nairobi. That process has taken 5 years, is now being completed as we speak. When I was there, I formulated and changed the management of Nairobi City County Water, the Nairobi Water and Sewer System. The new existing chief executive and their team came in. So there are a couple of things that we did within those 6 months. So we had some achievements, and I want to assure you that we'll accelerate them when we come to office, when you vote for us.
Kama seneta unakubaliana naye kwamba waliweka mikakati ya kuweza kukabili hawa cartels na kuweza kulinda rasilimali za kaunti ya Nairobi?
Kwanza nafikiri vile amesema vile alikuwa alianzisha na ikakamilika bila yeye. Inamaanisha Nairobi haikumuhitaji. Kwa sababu it's just demonstrated that even whether he was there or not, it happened. I think if you stayed true and didn't quit and run away when things got hot, maybe things would have been better for the people of Nairobi. We'd never know. And unfortunately, we'll never get to learn. Cartels are a lazy word. It's a word used by lazy leaders who fail to master the courage and the guts and the resilience to deal with corruption. That is what cartels are. Cartels are a weak excuse. Because all of these are human beings. If you say you know them, and even here, just at this debate, you're afraid to name them, yet you said you knew them, you'll not deal with them. If you know them, name them.
Kwa hivyo huamini kama seneta kwamba kuna cartels katika kaunti ya Nairobi?
Sio cartels. Ni wanabiashara ambao, the first way not to be, to have cartels in Nairobi is to refuse to be part of that system. Lakini kama unaogopa hata wezi wasema, kesho wakikutisha utajiuzulu tena. We cannot have that in Nairobi. We just need to set systems that actually remove the place they are playing. Don't be afraid of cartels, Polycarp.
Whatever name you choose.
I will invite you on 10th of August when we are naming them.
The opposition is not allowed to name cartels.
You could also name them today, but whatever name you use to allude to them, how are you going to deal with those?
Listen, the first thing you must do in the city, as I've said, is to refuse to be part of them before you even get into office. I have run my campaign by myself. I have struggled. I have funded myself. I have evidence. In fact, unfortunately, I can table it over here. That even the first billboards paid for my opponent are by the cartels. Are by other shadowy figures who are convincing him to get out of office, to run for it. Once you are captured by them before you start, once you're captured by the state, Once you're captured by these shadowy figures, before you even set foot, you will not do anything when you're elected governor. Number two, we must reduce the human interaction with cash in Nairobi. We must digitize service provision, that all the 130-something revenue streams must be allowed to be paid digitally wherever you are. What we're going to do is this in Nairobi. We'll change the governance structure. We're going to have 5 boroughs in this city: Nairobi North, East, West, South, and Central. Each of those boroughs, pursuant to the Urban Areas and Cities Act and the County Government Act, Section 14, will have a urban area board or a borough board. And that borough, there will be an assistant city manager who will report to my deputy governor, Mushiri Njoroge, who we have agreed is not going to quit. They will report to Mushiri Njoroge, and Njoroge Mushiri is going to be the chief city manager. Now, once you localize them to an area, that these few sub-counties, these are who will deal with garbage, these are who will deal with water, these are who will deal with education and all those issues, then you reduce the capacity of that corruption.
Na Bwana Igathe, unakubali muda wako umekwisha, samahani seneta. Bwana Igathe, unakubali kwamba mapendekezo anayotoa ndio yataweza kukabili wale ambao unawaona kama cartels katika kaunti ya Nairobi? Samahani, muda wako umekwisha seneta. Naomba muda wako umekwisha, tumpe nafasi aweze kujibu.
Mambo ya Nairobi ni mazito. Tafadhali baada ya zungumze utuongezee dakika. Shida za Nairobi huwezi taja na dakika moja. Kama mnataka watu wa Nairobi wasikie vizuri,
kwa heshima kubwa,
naomba kwa heshima zaidi,
kisha utapewa muda zaidi. Utapewa muda.
Wao wanataka majibu.
Senator Sakaja, with all due respect, you did come late, and in keeping time, there are rules that we announced at the beginning of this debate, and an answer to a question is 1.5 minutes, and you can see it clearly on the screen here. Rebuttal is 1 minute, and we did accommodate your lateness. So over to you, Igathe.
Ukosefu wa nidhamu ni jambo la kawaida kwa watu ambao hawajamaliza shule. Let me move to, this is what we want to do. This is what we want to do. We want to improve the society in Nairobi by ensuring we tackle the issue of hunger and depravity in the city, by tackling the issue of poor access to education in the city and poor quality access to healthcare. We want to fix the economy in Nairobi by ensuring decent jobs, proper mobility and transport. We are going to form what I'm calling the Nairobi Go portal. It's really e-government, making sure we have time and attendance for every employee. We make a fit for purpose government to serve. And lastly, to really fix the environment, kuimarisha mazingira yetu, maji na mambo hayo.
Your time is up on that, but there was something he brought up, and he said even he claims to be funding his own campaigns, and says you're under state capture and you have a right to respond to this. 1 minute for that, in terms of those who are funding your campaign.
My campaign is funded by myself and my friends, and I would like him, because he has said so, to provide that evidence before the morning. That is a liar. Those are lies told by a lying liar.
I'll be glad to do that.
Please, you say you have some evidence to this effect.
Of course, we have receipts. We have receipts of billboards and of, different meetings of chiefs, meetings of DCCs, them being casual. You cannot force individuals, DCCs, assistant chiefs, and many of them, they're represented here, no. The meetings at St. George's Primary School, where they're being asked to support those candidates, we know all of that. It is obvious. But if you'd like me to table that, I'll be glad to table it before the country.
I will in equal measure table all the false documents Senator Sakaja has cited to the Republic of Kenya and to constitutional institutions tomorrow morning on my Twitter.
All right, tomorrow morning there's a lot of news to look forward to, and do you agree? And
then you will know what we are facing, because the contest on 9th of August is a simple contest. It's a contest in this country. It's a census, actually. It's not an election. How many Kenyans believe in competence, character, capability, honesty, unity moving forward? And how many believe in lies and all the other bad things we don't want and don't value as a society? That's the contest.
We've moved into the governorship domain of this conversation, and we just like to cover more issues here. And there was a mention of Nairobi Metropolitan Services, NMS. First of all, do you agree with it having been brought in as an intervention? And in your view, was it because of a failed leadership?
No, I celebrate the Nairobi Metropolitan Services. The NMS and General Badi and his team have done a wonderful job. And it was a creature of the law. We saw how it was formed. And because it's a creature of the law, it extinguishes naturally by law in November of this year. Look at what they have done. They have sunk 193 boreholes in the metropolitan area. 144 of those boreholes has been in our informal settlement. That has truly helped us fight COVID-19. The Metropolitan Authority has further worked on pedestrianizing the central business district, which is something we must do in this city. Make sure that non-motorized transport, we democratize transport, that the most important transporter is not the private car, but the pedestrian, the cyclist. They have done it, and we are now walking better. They've really tried to improve the environment, and they are it is part of the military to do civilian duty, and they came and answered the call of duty, and we truly celebrate what they have been able to achieve. And we are reverting back to a civil authority. As we speak, I believe General Badi is in transition, waiting for the election and then for the next people to take over office. He should not be vilified. And he really worked, and he's been able to deliver. It's been a band-aid to the city of Nairobi.
Labda kwa sekunde 30, iwapo utapewa nafasi ama ungepewa nafasi, ungetaka NMS iendelee kuhudumu katika kaunti ya Nairobi?
NMS siwezi pata hiyo nafasi kwa sababu sheria inasema NMS muda wao utakuisha Novemba mwaka huu.
But it was extended and there's an opportunity to extend it.
I will give better service as governor of Nairobi than NMS.
Bwana Sakaja, on the issue of governorship and how Nairobi Metropolitan Services, beg your pardon, came in to rescue the day. Do you agree with this? And under governorship of Sakaja, would this continue?
It is very interesting to hear a man praising his ex-wife's husband. The reason NMS came about is because he got the quit. It's as simple as that. If the deputy governor of Nairobi, Polika Pigathe, did not quit, there'd be no need to have NMS. Those boreholes you're naming, you should have done them. Those interventions you're talking about, you had a chance to do them. Devolution cannot be trivialized in this country. Devolution is the greatest gift we've given to our people. That every Kenyan, wherever they are, has a right to self-determine. I wrote about this in 2010 with the International Commission of Jurists. Fiscal decentralization and devolution in this country. That lady in Mutwini deserves a county government and a governor can hold to account, and who can listen to and which can vote for. So you can't come praise the consequence of you absconding duty, of you leaving office. Because if Polycarp did not run away from Nairobians, Governor Mike Sonko would have acted differently. Governor Mike Sonko acted as he did because he knew no one would impeach him, because no one wanted a by-election in Nairobi. Yet having no deputy, and that's why he'd bring Miguna's name, whoever's name, he knew he was untouchable. So it is a consequence of him. And then again, understand the law. There's no way NMS will operate after August. Well, I don't know what you're talking about November. The county government that is being elected on the 9th, that will be led, hopefully, God willing, by myself, will take full control of Nairobi. So yes, NMS has had a cocktail of hits and misses, but you don't know Nairobi. Those women who cried when their children were being smashed in Kariobangi and in Mukuru do not agree with you about NMS. Just a few people who've seen pavements and Kabro who like it and who cheer, and we know whose interests you're protecting here.
Polycarp, una muda kumjibu.
I think we should not dwell. The history is the history.
No.
But we should learn from history.
What the citizens of Nairobi want is, what are we going to do for them? And I'm being really clear that we are going to fix the financing model of the city. We're going to have a city that is well funded, and with those funds, with my deputy, Professor Kaloki, a distinguished public servant and politician, we want in Kiswahili kusema tutastawisha jamii, tutaboresha uchumi na tutaimarisha mazingira hapa Nairobi. Mambo matatu makubwa ambayo tutayatenda. Na tunataka kuwaeleza watu wote Nairobi kwamba manifesto yetu iko kwa magazeti yote siku ya Wednesday, kesho,
day after.
This week, muisome the abridged version muone the pledges we are making to you, because in 3 seconds we are not able to extrapolate those pledges, but I want to assure you Nairobi will be something of your dreams. It will be a city of your vision. It will be truly a global hub in Africa for everybody.
Senator Sakaja, I believe you do agree that Nairobi is in deep debt and there's wasteful use of funds. What are the factors behind this? How will you fix it?
Again, I must say, Nairobi is in a dire situation that needs proper planning and proper political management. A lot of these issues are relational. If you look at the 76 billion debt, including even the 4.4 that is owed now, to KCB, and many of these other instruments we've gotten into, a lot of them can be sorted out based on how we relate with the national government. That Nairobi is not a branch of the national government or an appendage, or as my brother says, the military interventions are going on. Then Nairobi can negotiate, because there are a lot of areas which we can do debt swaps. But the county of Nairobi owes the national government, and the national government owes Nairobi City County. We must balance our books, and we're going to do that. And we have a team that is, properly suited, to be able to do that. I am very, very confident about my deputy, Njoroge Mushiri, who has a stellar career as well in banking. Actually, a proper corporate career, not 2 years stints here and there. A proper career, 20 years in ABSA.
So give us the particulars, though, on the issue of the debt that we are in. How will we get out once you are done?
And that's what I'm saying. We must do a couple of things. One, you must refinance your debt. You must move what is domestic into concessional. That you cannot be borrowing from commercial banks. Have them as concessional. Chapter 12 of the Constitution of Kenya, talking about public finance, says how the national government guarantees county governments of debt. In fact, on top of that, we must get creative. For us to sort out the real issues of this city, we need around 200 billion shillings upfront through an infrastructure bond. I've gone across this world and spoken to Kenyans in the diaspora, whose remittances are our biggest foreign income earner, who are ready to put in money in certain interventions. When you talk about transit, we need a mass transit system in this county. How are we going to do it? Recently, I was in Imperial College in London, and I met a man, a nice gentleman, who sorted out transit in London. He sorted out transit in Beijing, mobility. What's his name? Professor Washington Ochieng. The other day I was in Riyadh. I met a group of guys who did the Dubai Metro and are doing the Riyadh Metro. George Opondo. There are Kenyans out there who are willing. So we must get creative. There's a PPP department that has been set up in the National Treasury. There's external borrowing. But we must refinance this city. Look at Joburg. Joburg is almost, it's more or less a listed city where people can actually invest in it. If you do not do that, you become a cashier. That you're receiving money, you only pay salaries, you will not develop Nairobi unless you get creative in how we actually, structure our financing model for the city. So we're going to restructure the debt, move to concessional loans, re-amortize some of those payments to longer term, and have an infrastructure bond for Nairobi City. Many Kenyans out there are going to put in money on our transit, on our water, and our basic infrastructure.
Bwana Polycarp, utakabili vipi matumizi ya mabaya ya rasilimali katika kaunti ya Nairobi, ufujaji wa fedha na madeni ambayo sasa hivi yanaangamiza kaunti ya Nairobi?
Jambo la kwanza, Nairobi City County gets its highest revenue from land rates, parking bays, land rates, parking fees, outdoor advertising, building permits. Those will be some of the within the top 5 revenue things. And what we are going to do is to make sure that we digitalize the collection of all that revenue, so that the leakage, we seal the leakage. Technology is one of the best things to overcome loss of revenue. And we are going to use technology in the public revenue management system. Then secondly, we will deploy that money. Our own source revenue, I can promise, we and Professor Kaloki have done a study, and we've even checked the reports of the Commission for Revenue Allocation. With 6 revenue lines, we can generate 80 billion own source revenue in Nairobi. And with that money, we will build 1,000. We will join the government in building more schools, in making sure there's medicine in our dispensaries, in making sure that there's incinerators to burn garbage, that we start a leasing program for vehicles and equipment for the staff, and also to make sure we pay our staff the right salaries so that they are really motivated. We are very concerned about the welfare of Nairobi City County workers and all the workers of all affiliate bodies of Nairobi City County. Only motivated workers can deliver essential services, and that's what Nairobians want.
And that brings me to the next issue, and that is the competence of the Nairobi City County staff, and you will both have an opportunity to respond to this. How will you address the competence or lack thereof, overemployment, cases of ghost workers, and the issue of productivity to make those staff workers, the workers of Nairobi City County, that they will deliver the services for the Nairobians? I'll start with you.
Every employee of Nairobi City County, from the 10th of August, we shall have a performance agreement with them. We will bring back to life performance contracting. And that performance agreement means what do they do every day, the few things they do every day to deliver the output Nairobians expect. And that output will be captured in a scorecard. So each one of us will have a scorecard and a performance agreement. The performance agreement is the input, the scorecard is the measure. And who will measure is the neighborhood associations. We're going to run Nairobi with the neighborhood associations as per the Neighborhoods Act. There is an act that demands the city is run in a see-through way, let me not call it transparent. That, and I want to use the analogy of an egg. The executive of Nairobi City County will be the yolk. Surrounding it will be the county assembly as the egg white. The egg shell will be the residents of Nairobi. Kwa sababu, we will not pay an invoice for a road or a broken sewer before the neighborhood association, say of Kayole, sends us a photo. So there's crowdsourcing. We are going to use technology and the cloud and a data center that can really be able to serve the city of Nairobi. And we shall decentralize services from City Hall. City Hall will be the headquarters of the corporate services. There is no use for a waiter, like I found a waiter, a restaurant, somebody working somewhere in Umoja, telling me they have to come all the way to CBD ati anakuja kutafuta food handler certificate. No. That food handler certificate, they should be able to get it in Umoja.
Sakaja, I think you were tickled there again. Was a point to mention the cloud issue, but how will you address the staffing for Nairobi County?
Unajua mavijana wa Nairobi wakisikia vile amesema hiyo story ya mayai, anasema anatubeba kimayai. Many of those ideas, really, this is not equity, this is not corporate. You must take the bull by the horns and give practical solutions to our city. And let me give you an example. You're talking about, one of the highest revenue streams, being rates. Have you talked to us about the rate classification of those rates? Why is it that people in Githogoro are paying the same rate as people in Runda, which is just, a doorstep away, yet they have Mabati structures and these ones have 5-star houses? Let's be practical, because that is what Nairobians want to be able to hear. Now, the sectional properties bill that was passed in Parliament recently prevents an opportunity. I've heard him saying he's done a study with Professor Kaloki. I know Professor Kaloki is a professor, and maybe that's why we've not been seeing you guys campaigning, because you're doing studies. But look at what KPMG has spoken about Nairobi, look at what PwC have said, and the CRA. It is not just 6 revenue streams that are going to increase how much we collect. Just the sectional properties realignment and the revaluation that starts in January 2023 is going to take us up another 50 to 53 billion shillings. Every other revenue stream then must be geared towards making Nairobians more productive. The NMS that you praise has been going around this city with GSU, harassing our traders and our hawkers, throwing them into, those pickups, tetanus field pickups and roadworthy. By the way, on the 9th, if you're listening and you're a scrap metal dealer, come to City Hall. Revenue has gone down to 7 billion. Why is that? Because you're not explaining to the people of Nairobi the services you're offering with the money you collect from them. We will have a people-centered leadership. Cloud is a tool.
Na muda umekwisha.
Your focus must be on the people you're serving. You can't be.
Muda umekwisha bwana seneta, lakini umekuwa seneta wa kaunti ya Nairobi. Umewajibika vipi katika kuona kwamba pesa za kaunti ya Nairobi zinatumika namna inavyostahili, hakuna wizi, hakuna watu wasiofanya kazi ambao wanalipwa? Umekuwa seneta, wewe ndiye macho ya kaunti ya Nairobi.
Umewajibika vipi? Hapa mlifanya utafiti.
Umewajibika vipi seneta katika kuhakikisha kwamba pesa za kaunti ya Nairobi zimetumika vyema?
My time is counting while you're talking. Kama mlifanya utafiti, ungeona zile report ambazo nimewasilisha, zile miswada na hoja ambazo nimezileta kwa bunge. Hapo kati ya hizo miswada na hoja, kuna ile ambayo inaitwa prompt payment bill, ambayo pia wale wengine walijaribu kuweka katika mswada wa BBI walikuwa wanaleta. Ilikuwa nimeshapitisha kwa bunge. Ukiangalia yale unajua zile ripoti ambazo nimewasilisha kwa bunge zinazungumza itakuwa ni njia gani tutatumia, mbinu gani, form itakuwa vipi kwa kisha ule jamaa. There's a guy who works just across over here in Cultivar. He's called Fred. He's one of the procurement people. Akona wines and spirits Buruburu. Anasema kwamba wakati akiwa job anasikia hawa watu wa NMS na GSU wamekuja, in their WhatsApp group they tell each other that hawa watu wamekam. Kuna wimbo wanasemanga walikama kinini, vijana wa Nairobi wanajua. Wamekam na Subaru. Na wakikuja hapo they tell each other in the WhatsApp group, they close all the shops. That's why this military you're praising has not collected 7 billion this year. Let's take power back to the people. And he tried to define this election. It's not about liars and who don't lie. It's about a state project and a people's governor.
Speaking about people's governor, power to the people, let's give some power to the people who weighed in on this debate. We had asked some questions from Nairobians, and I believe we're ready to sample them right now.
My name is Mercy Masila Achola, an executive program leader with the Maxwell Leadership Team and also serving in the Mkenya Daima Steering Committee. My question to the Nairobi gubernatorial candidates is, if elected to office, could you share with the residents of Nairobi what can we expect from you in your first 100 days in office?
In the first 100 days, I pledge with my deputy to have a very fit for purpose organization to deliver essential services that Nairobians have been deprived of in the past, and especially Nairobians in the informal settlements and in low-income areas. And therefore, there'll be Executive Order number 1 that establishes a good government, a coherent government, and a government where the deputy governor has clear responsibilities, a government where the governor himself has clear responsibilities, and where we work as partners, him playing to his strengths and me playing to my strengths, but a proper cabinet. Also, we promise you a proper cabinet that is fit for purpose, and the purpose is essential service delivery. The people watching us at home, actually, they just want services. They want water in their taps. They want garbage collected. They want storm drains covered. They want pedestrian walks repaired. They want markets made. They don't want to continue selling on the roadsides. They want their bills on time, and they want to be treated with honor, and they want to be treated like citizens of Kenya, and they want to be enabled to do their businesses. So the first 100 days is about reconstructing the organization called Nairobi City County, because it does not exist, and we have a lot of demotivated employees. Make sure that we convince them, they start to see their salaries are paid, they are well taken care of, career development is sorted. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank the lady from Maxwell for that question. Maxwell Leadership Institute on Valley Road is an extremely important, pillar in mentoring many of our young people. I've actually taught many programs of leadership there, and I've been a participant in that. I think when she asked 100 days, maybe what she wanted to hear from me, Polycarp, was just to say, I will not quit first, as the beginning.
Thanks for answering for me. Go ahead.
Please keep reminding people, because people are afraid to talk to Mata. But secondly, I want to say this. In the first 100 days, I've said that you will not sort out Nairobi using quick fixes. The issues of this city don't need 100, and I'm not seeking a 100-day term. It's not quick fixes or bandage solutions that will sort it out. We have a 10-year vision and a 5-year vision with my. But in the first 100 days, what we're going to do, number 1, is to implement the Urban Areas and Cities Act together with Section 14 of the County Government Act to create the 5 boroughs that I'm talking about in Nairobi. That if the person in charge of garbage in Kayole does not need to think about Westlands, the person in charge of a road in Langata should have nothing to do with Roysambu or Marurui, because that lack of accountability, when you ask them, okay, mbona hapa kuna takataka, pole boss, kulikuwa na sijui crisis in Mukuru. So we'll set up the governance structure that will deliver to Nairobians. That is the first task, and that includes the county assembly. The second thing that we're going to do is to implement the standing orders that we've actually been working on, even as I've been in the Senate. Proper standing orders for the inspectorate. We cannot have people criminalizing business, chasing our hawkers. throwing sticks at them. They must have proper, like any discipline force, standing orders. And finally, we'll implement the one business permit. You can't have businesses with 10 licenses. Today there is fire, tomorrow there is water. It will be one license. And I will pay every other entity that needs to be paid from that one license that you pay.
Bwana Polika, mmekuwa mkizungumza kuhusu tatizo la maji taka katika kaunti ya Nairobi. Awali ulitaja kuhusu cartels. Je, unaamini kwamba ubinafsishaji wa huduma hizi katika kaunti ya Nairobi utasaidia katika kusuluhisha baadhi ya matatizo ambayo yamekuwepo kuhusu usimamizi wa huduma hizi?
Huduma za maji zimekuwa ni tatizo kubwa. Juzi nimetembea kule Ruai na muliona picha. Sikujua kuna mahali Nairobi watu beba maji bado na punda. Pia, so you learn every day. Now, if you go to Ruai, the problem is a problem of way leaves, which the senator perhaps was even ignored in Senate. There is a way leave issue between Kiambu and Nairobi, because today we are consuming 500,000 cubic meters of water every day in Nairobi. But that's really the level of production of water from our water sources, Dakaine, Roiro Dam. But the Roiro Dam and the Northern Collector Tunnel, we need to connect it. Na hiyo shida ya way leave ni shida ya kisiasa, lazima tutatue. Na hiyo kitatuliwa, there'll be an extra almost close to 100,000 cubic, so we'll go to 600,000 immediately. And people, watu wataanza kusikia relief. But in 5 years, we have to build new water sources and work with the national government to build new water sources. But you've got the government that builds new water sources has to be a government that does not believe dams are for eating and stealing, because dams have to be done in places like the Nyandarua ecosystem, Maragua Dam in Murang'a, and that's why Nairobi has to be secured by being assisted by the neighboring countries to the metropole that is Nairobi City County.
Senator Sakaja, the taps in many homes and other businesses are running dry, but their water bowsers full to the brim and coming at a premium. How will you sort this?
First, again, it's really nice that we're at a university, because I need to school my friend about water. There are many things you've said that are completely false. Number one, the quantity that we consume is not that 525,000 that you're speaking about. Nairobi has 4 water sources. The first water source is Kikuyu Springs, just after Kikuyu campus. That was set up in 1907. After that, we developed Ruiru Dam in 1936. It provides 4%. Kikuyu Springs provides only 1%, which is 4,000 cubic meters of water. The third one is Sasumwa in Njambini. Sasumwa produces 11% of our water requirement in Nairobi, comes through Kabete treatment plant, then comes down this way. And the fourth one, the biggest of course, is Ndakaine, which gives us 84% of our water. Now Ndakaine was last developed in 1997. There were 3 phases. After 1997, there's been no additional source. So every single day, the people of Nairobi require 850 million liters of water, but get 525.6 million liters per day. You need to bridge that gap. In fact, you'll be shocked, Polycarp. 70% of the people you're talking about, the ones you didn't know carry water in Mutungi, 70% of them, of Nairobians, have never had a shower from the top. They bathe bottom up, like with the bucket. Bottom up is how many of us shower in this city. We want to give our people dignity. There is no dignity when women are scrambling outside these, boreholes that have been created in the water sources every day for water. The issue of distribution then is the next thing that must be. I asked about this time thing, because I've just spoken about the quantity. So when we finish Northern Collector, December 2023, under our administration, I don't like saying our administration, we'll move into Northern Collector 2. One will sort out 85% of the water need, and then 65%, and then Northern Collector 2 will give us 85%. Now the second most important issue, if you're allowing me
on your time, let's give him an opportunity. Let's give him an opportunity to just keep time.
The challenge of water. The debate in Nairobi is not about what needs to be done and how. There's consensus that we are short of sources of water. It is who will do it, because you need to be trustworthy and you need to be capable to get it done. That issue of who is the most important issue in this election. And on the issue of water, for sure, the supply and demand, there's too little supply for very high demand, and the numbers are what it is. The metropolitan area, because Nairobi even supplies Machakos, the EPZ area, with water, the biggest challenge is new sources of water for the city county of Nairobi, and that is a task between ourselves and the national government. And thank God we have Martha Karua, the original champion of water as Minister of Water during Kibaki's time, and she understands the task, and we are ready to work with her in Nairobi.
For Nairobi, it will be a responsibility. On to housing, a majority of Nairobians live in informal settlement. I just want to cover as much as we can, and a majority of the populace here live in informal settlements. And how are we going to change this housing demand and give quality housing and other services for Nairobians? I'll start with you.
Thank you. I'll just take the same time to finish on water. I've heard him mentioning Martha earlier. He mentioned Raila. These are people we all we know and we've worked with many years. Don't run away and hide behind them when you don't have the point. Just say the point as it is, because Nairobians are electing you to be governor of Nairobi, not Martha Karua, not Raila Odinga. They're electing you. If they elect you, if they make that decision, which I know they will not make, you must sort out the distribution issue of water, because water goes hand in hand with housing. So I've spoken about the quantity, and it's not about waiting for an angel from national government to do it. Already we're at 90% with the Northern Collector 1. The piping has been, or rather the tunneling has been done. The piping is at 34%. This side from Apro Isambu, coming from Kiambu Institute of Technology to USIU, moving down, is already going on. We have so many areas that do not have piping. I've never had piping in Nairobi. There are people who actually build houses across what were the physical levers. They shut it down, they collect water, and then you see these bowsers moving around the city labeled clean water or NMS. That will come to an end using SCADA technology, where as governor, I'll be able to see on my phone, Mali wamekata maji. Now, urban housing is a huge challenge in this city, and it's also something that the built environment has made people lack dignity in this city. The county government is not in the business of building houses. We shall facilitate the private sector through proper land tenure and giving them proper land of government to actually partner with them to build these houses. We can actually do it through the silo model, where you build and people move and come in there. Urban renewal is being resisted in Eastlands because of lack of trust of that institution or body that is praising here today. I wish you go there tomorrow and tell them what you said about NMS.
Bwana Polycarp, maji ni mojawapo ya shida ambazo zinakumba wale ambao wanaishi katika mitaa ya mabanda katika kaunti ya Nairobi. Haswa ni mpango upi ambao uko nao wa kuinua na kuimarisha hadhi ya watu ambao wanaishi katika mitaa ya mabanda katika kaunti ya Nairobi na changamoto ambazo wanakumbana nazo?
So first of all, the county of Nairobi in its own books owns close to 532 hectares of land. On it sits 12,000 single dwelling units. Nairobi has to strategically densify, but that process requires proper public participation. You can already hear my competitor is whetting his appetite to steal your homes. You people in Makadara and Jericho, umesikia, he has pronounced himself that this will be private sector led. I have told you, this thing called urban renewal, which is what they want Nairobi to take, we have to be very careful. It needs proper conversations around it, and we must build housing that is truly affordable housing, decent housing, and before we build, we must ask the people who sit in those estates, mnataka nini? How will this work, and how will you be compensated? Before that is done, we are rushing, and you've seen a big rush towards that work, and we are saying put it on hold. The Constitution demands proper public participation, proper understanding, and I want to believe that conversation has already not been held. So the housing question in the informal settlements is to continue the work that has started. Roads, water, sewer, boreholes. These informal settlements require a lot of investment, and that investment requires allocation of improving our revenue, and also making sure Senate allocates us the money we require to attend to high density areas.
Okay. A rebuttal in terms of what he said on your housing urban development plan there, an opportunity.
There are people waiting in the wings to come and steal your houses, and you've heard the private sector.
He has the opportunity. You're in his time. You have an opportunity.
I don't know who represents the private sector here on this stage, if you look clearly. But what I'll say is this. While you were away, when you ran away from Nairobians, Polycarp, I represented the people of Majengo in Kamkunji in court to fight what you're talking about. You were somewhere in your Bentley, living the life, never spoken about an issue of Nairobians. But now you're saying you want to steal. That they were moved from slums in Majengo. The slums were put down and put in 11,000 bob houses where they're paying 5,000 shillings, 4,000 shillings. Today, the amount of money owed that they need to pay 60 million shillings. That's what someone wants to steal the houses. When I talk about urban renewal, the entity you're praising is rushing. Just this week, there have been more than 3-4 advertisements on the newspaper for them to engage contractors on urban renewal, and they have 28 days to go. They must stop that, and I'm putting them on notice. In fact, it's against the law. An entity whose time has ended cannot engage in 10-15-year contracts today. He doesn't have the guts to talk against NMS, and he will not. But they must not do that, because the people that you're talking about, I have represented for 5 years.
NMS is not an enemy of Nairobi.
I have not ran away from them, and they are saying they believe urban renewal must be done. They don't trust those people who are doing it. And you say it's an issue of trust. It's not about who's going to do it. The first thing, basic thing that they want is to know that that person will be there to do it for 5 years and will not run away.
It's
first deliver on that.
It's unfortunately it's time out for us in terms of this debate. There's a lot to cover. I believe both of you gentlemen have spoken and have alluded to the fact that you have the manifestos will be open to the public, Nairobians to be specific, to peruse and digest, and that is where we will end it at this opportunity. I believe even the time for closing remarks are not there. If we probably managed the time a bit better in the beginning, it would have ended up even better in terms of coverage of the discussion.
Asanteni sana kwa kuja.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having us.
Naam, wasemapo wahenga kilicho na mwanzo lazima kiwe na mwisho. Hii sasa ndio tamati ya mjadala baina ya wanaomezea mate kiti cha ugavana katika kaunti ya Nairobi.
Indeed, our appreciation to the candidates, Polycarp Igathe and Johnson Sakaja, and to you, the audience that turned up here and out there watching on television and from around the world, of course, online. Thank you all. My name is Mark Masai from NTV.
Nami naitwa Zubeida Kome na kutakia usiku mwema. Zubeida Kome kutoka KTN News.
And the teams are invited to join.
Well, there you have it. The first ever Nairobi gubernatorial debate hosted by the Presidential Debate Secretariat has, according to many of my analysts here, lived up to its billing and set the stage for the other two debates. One that will happen next week, Tuesday, and the other the week after for the deputy president's race and the president's race as well. I dare say if it's a debate you tuned in for this evening, I'm pretty sure it's one you got. The question is, however, a debate on what? Was it a debate on the issues that plague Nairobians today, that live within this great county? Or was it a debate on rebuttals and counter-rebuttals between Johnson Sakaja and, of course, Polycarp Igathe as well? That's some of the feedback I'll be looking from my panelists who've been patiently and keenly following this particular debate. But first, let me read your feedback. This is what Nairobians and Kenyans are saying this evening. Nathaniel Kevin on Twitter says, an insightful debate, character traits coming out strongly, a peek into the capabilities of each participant, and excavation of their track records as well. I perceive admirable leadership qualities. Let us vote wisely. Limuki Flora says, can these two candidates really articulate the real issues affecting the city, apart from throwing barbs at each other on quitting and degrees and stuff like that? And Paulo Lind says, debates, even chaotic ones, offer a great insight to a politician's character than any political rally. I'll also be reading some of your SMS messages, and we are getting them, but my panel are here with me, and I don't know where to begin. Professor Odote, I think let me start with you and get your immediate reaction to that debate. What do you take out of it? What do you now know about these two men that you did not know before the start?
There were two debates.
At the same time?
Yes, there were two debates. So the first debate, was a debate about madness, a debate where people were abusing each other, were shouting at each other, and were focusing on themselves and on the other side. I hated that debate because it didn't help me. I liked the second part of the debate because in the second part of the debate, I started hearing issues. Unfortunately, there were too few issues. The issues that I had that for me made me happy. I like the ideas from Governor Sakaja about governance. The ideas about Barrows, I think, was an excellent idea. I like his grasp of Nairobi. He knows Nairobi and he knows the facts. That for me was extremely nice.
Professor, don't I have the unfortunate task of interrupting you? I promise I will give you a chance to finish your point. Frederick Muitiriri, I do have a debt that I owe this man, but I'll come back and repay it. Frederick Muitiriri, I'm told you're on standby with one of the candidates. Let's hear that immediate reaction minutes after that debate concluded.
Shukran sana Wahiga Maura kutoka Citizen TV. Nashukuru sana mie Frederick Muitiriri kutoka TV 47. Ninaye hapa mwaniaji wa kiti cha ugavana Polycarp Igathe, na pale ndani mwaniaji kulikuwa kipute ambacho kilikuwa kikubwa sana. Unahisi kwamba zile miezi 6 ambazo zimekuwa zikitajwa sana, huenda wa Nairobi wakawa wanakuona kwa njia tofauti kutokana na wakati ambao ulihudumu kama naibu gavana?
Wacha niseme hivi. Umeona wapinzani wetu kazi yao kubwa ni kuamini kwamba wewe unatakikana ufanye kazi, wewe unatakikana ukae kwa ofisi upate mshahara bila kupata kazi. Hiyo ndio swala kubwa sana ambalo wamegusia leo. Lakini sisi ni waadilifu, sisi ni waaminifu, sisi tunaajibika, sisi ni wachapa kazi, na ni heshima kwa katiba na kwa wananchi wa taifa la Kenya. Wewe ukiona hauwezi fanya kazi, uachane na mshahara wa kiserikali. Lakini hilo ndio jambo ambalo wanaona ni kubwa sana. Jambo la kudanganyana makaratasi, jambo la ukosefu wa masomo, jambo ya wizi. Hao maswala hawaoni kama ni makubwa kama hilo swala la lingine. Lakini ndivyo hivyo, ni wenzetu, tutaendelea na tutawashinda.
Asante. Lakini kabla haujaondoka nikuulize kwamba wakazi takriban ama wapiga kura takriban milioni 2.4 wamekuwa wakitazama mjadala wa jioni ya leo. Unadhani kwamba umeweza kujieleza kama kiongozi ambaye ataweza kupigana na ufisadi vilivyo, kwa sababu lilikuwa ni jambo ambalo limeleta tumbo joto hapo ndani?
Natumai nimewaeleza na pia tutaendelea kuwaeleza katika kampeni zetu. Inajulikana vizuri sana hapa Nairobi mambo ambayo yanaendelea ya ufisadi. Ni mambo ambayo yameandikiwa maripoti mengi, kuna nakala mingi ambazo zimeandikwa na institutions mingi sana, na hiyo kazi inajulikana. Kwa hivyo hakuna debate about kupigana na ufisadi.
Asante. Tunakutakia kila laheri. Wa Kenya wana Nairobi wataamua ifikapo tarehe 9. Tuelekee sasa upande ule mwingine. Leila Mohamed pamoja na Francis Gashuri
ambao kwa sasa wako na seneta wa Nairobi Johnson Sakaja. Twende kule.
Thank you very much, Beatrice and Frederick. It's been 180 minutes, 90 minutes of the second debate. Quite a heated one, Francis. Quite an encounter, a banter that many Nairobians this evening were hoping for. Senator, good evening. For a moment there, we were skipping our heartbeats, hoping you would come, you would not come. You're here. Do you feel you have punched above or below your weight?
I feel we needed more time to talk about the real issues of the people of Nairobi. Those issues are real. Today, their families sleeping hungry. There are people who don't know where to go to tomorrow. We have millions of young people without jobs. I wish we had more time to focus on that, apart from the side shows that are, of course, choreographed by those I'm running against. But all the same, I'm glad with the time we've had, we've been able to at least speak about certain policy proposals that we have for the city. Nairobi is for all of us. Politics is not an enmity. I believe in siasa safi. Politics is not an enmity. After the election, we'll have one county that we must remain in. And let us also not be divided in terms of parties. Let's not be divided in terms of tribe. Let's remember that we're one tribe called Nairobi.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. And Sakaja, feels like a rematch should be coming up because that was a real debate. Is there something that you felt that probably you needed to respond to, particularly that touches on people of Nairobi, in a minute?
At some point last year, I went to donate desks in Dagoretti, in a school called Gatina Primary. And when I gave them desks, normally you ask the children, what would you like to get from me? And they say, oh, Super Senator, and I thought they'd ask for sweets or for a bowl or for a school bus, even when they're ambitious, and they say they wanted food. We have, as a parent, that broke my heart. We have too many children who are out of school because of food, because of, the COVID era and the poverty in Nairobi. As I said, urban poverty is the worst. And so I wanted to talk about the school feeding program that we're going to institute in Nairobi for all our children. That at least you'll be able to lower the cost of living for those parents. You save them close to 3,000 shillings a month, and attendance goes up. Many schools at 12:30 they tell the kids to go look for a meal. They don't come back. They're missing a third of the education. If you want to finish a country, you finish the children. So I really want to talk about school feeding. I want to talk about how to clean up Nairobi. I want to talk about the recycling plant and waste to energy in Dandora, and just moving that away. We have an entire wing at Kenyatta in Bagathi for respiratory illnesses for the people of Dandora. I want to talk about CHVs, our community health volunteers who are doing an amazing job across the county of Nairobi, who need to be incorporated, and from the day we get into office, they'll be part of our health system.
Thank you very much, Sakaja. The person to ask for a rematch is Clifford Machoka.
I think actually there's a rematch on the 9th of August, and that will be now a technical knockout at 9 a.m.
The voters will decide the 22.1, 24 million or 22.1 million in the country and the 2.4 million in Nairobi County. Thank you.
We wish you the very best of luck.
Sana.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Leila, VAR imetembea kidogo, so we take it back to Wahiga. Wahiga, take it away.
Wahiga, talk to us about the facts and the figures. Has this debate build up to its expectations of 2.4 million registered voters in this great county of Nairobi?
Not forgetting that at least 24% of them are undecided, and I don't know whether this debate helped a few of them to make their minds up. Professor Odote, did you get that sense in the second part of the debate? Because you said you saw 2 debates.
In the second part of the debate, but unfortunately, I don't think that it will help a lot because they spent too much time on the other things. So let me finish my conversation in terms of...
and I'll ask you to be brief in the interest of time. Yes, very brief
in terms of what I liked also about Polycarp. I liked his conversation about involving citizens. I think that was a good conversation. I also like his debate about the unique status of Nairobi in terms of the relationship between national and county government. The things I did not like, I didn't like the fact that Johnson, my good friend, did not apologize for coming late. Shockingly, despite his conversation about Siasa Safi, I didn't like his arrogance. And lastly, I did not like the conversations from Igade of over-focusing on Johnson and not himself. So those are the things I didn't like about the debate.
What you call arrogance, others call confidence, but depends on which side of the table you're seated. Let's hear from you, Wanjiru.
Bruising, exciting to listen to. I'm not sure the 26% will be able to decipher, but we definitely got a lot. Igade, I got a sense that he had prepared and articulated his implementation strategies pretty well. I liked his revenue strategy, breaking down the streams, sealing the loopholes. I found that to be very pragmatic and a low-hanging fruit. Whether he links it into the cloud, I got a sense that he imagines digitizing is going to cure the governance culture gap. That's not necessarily accurate. I liked the eggs, the neighborhoods, of course. Yeah, I liked the decentralization. Of course, his take on NMS, for me, is, in fact, the word I would use, it's odious. Because
this is Igade.
Yes, Igade's take on NMS is totally misplaced, and I think Sakaja brought that out very well, because the situation on the ground is that NMS has really, it hasn't been accountable. Contrary to what Igade is espousing in public participation, it hasn't had public participation. It hasn't had accountability. There's been a lot of coercion of citizens. On Sakaja's side, I think he got the NMS very accurately. I think I also like the argument around the 5 boroughs. I like the idea. I didn't hear much about how it would be implemented vis-a-vis the services and the particular sectors, because you need a policy framework for that. So I found his policy grounding to be weak. I thought he had ideas, but I didn't get a sense of policy. I got a real sense of what's happening on the ground. With Igade, I got a sense of the policy, of the implementation, but no sense on the ground. So I found they have different strengths. With Sakaja also, I didn't hear the governance. coming out
as
a major problem.
Come out strongly.
Yeah.
Okay. Philip Kisia, if things had gone your way, you may have been one of the individuals on that panel today. But life has a way sometimes of taking a different tangent. So how do you then rate the two men that stood before Kenyans and Nairobians this evening?
I mean, I would be unfair. But, I mean, rating is something that we cannot avoid. One, like my two colleagues have said, I think Sakaja performed quite well. He seems to be understanding the issues affecting Nairobi. But on the flip side, he doesn't seem to have a clear implementation strategy. How do you deliver what you're talking about? On the other side, Polycarp could have been a bit weak on policy and on strategy, developing strategy. But he seemed to be very clear on how it can be implemented.
You sound like you want a candidate with both. You want to merge the two.
Yeah, you must have both.
Would that be the perfect governor for Nairobi?
But what was disappointing is the fact, like what Prof said, is the fact that somebody who is expecting to provide leadership to a county like Nairobi comes in late, he doesn't apologize. In fact, he appears to be quite arrogant. And I'm telling you this because Sakaja is my friend. I'll tell him even tomorrow if he's not listening to me. On the other side, just as Prof said, as I've said, they spent almost 60% of their time on personality issues. And very little time was spent on the real issues. At the tail end, they started talking about water, they started talking about housing, they started talking about public transport, and so on and so forth. They were just mentioning. They did, mentioning something and telling us how you intend to go about implementation is quite different. So now, leadership. And I'm one of those people who don't believe that there is somebody called a leader. But I believe there's somebody, a human being, at a point in time who exercises leadership. Now, if you look at those two gentlemen, I leave it to Nairobi to decide. Who has integrity? No, cannot mind.
I'm supposed to make a very strong statement. Go ahead.
Who is humble, humility? Because as somebody exercising leadership, you must show some humility. Who has integrity or integrity questions? Who is confident? Who is empathic? Who is charismatic? Who can we hold accountable? From the two, I can tell you, if there's a weakness I've seen in the two gentlemen, they know it all. So they may end up being very poor team players. So if they don't have a party that can whip them and remind them that they are there to serve people, we are again getting into another disaster.
Okay.
We had poor leadership, but now we can have arrogant leadership.
And that's your concern this evening.
Yes.
Professor Omenya, I know you have notes and incisive analysis of the debate, but let me first ask a basic question. Did anyone emerge a winner tonight from that debate? You were very clear earlier with your marking scheme for the earlier debate, so I'm going to pose the same question to you. What's your marking scheme showing you for this debate?
Yes,
Who won?
I'm not afraid to give marks because that's one of my key roles. I think despite coming late, Sakaja won by 65%.
You didn't dock him for the lateness.
And Igade, in fact, I think it'll be a draw if we bring in the lateness. Igade was at 63%, so they're very close. But I can justify why I actually believe that Sakaja did win this debate. And I think when it comes to governance, I was a bit surprised that Igade did not speak to the law relating to governance of the city. Which is basically Urban Areas and Cities Act. And Sakaja elaborated that very well, with the 5 boroughs and so on. And those can actually be aligned, with the wards and so on. I thought that was a very, very good idea. When it came to the issue of revenue, I think both of them had pretty interesting ideas that are workable. However, my big problem with both of them, so they scored poorly there, was that again, counties and citizens don't just exist to pay taxes. We want counties to be engines of economic growth. So none of them actually articulated how Nairobi can grow its economy. In fact, Sakaja was talking about borrowing on the other side and financing debt and stuff. And Igade was talking about land rates and so on. And I was fearing for Nairobi that both of those fellows are going to milk you dry when they get into office. And then just moving quite quickly on to another issue that they engaged with,
brief,
which
please.
is the final one. yeah, when it came to the idea of housing, I think I liked Sakaja's idea. Because, of course, Igathe knows that his Jubilee government has failed to deliver any houses. So trying to do the same thing is stupid. You should know that, and that's partly why, for me, he lost the debate totally. Sakaja says, look here, these people, poor people living in informal settlements, we can improve their lives without necessarily building houses. We can put infrastructure there, we can put in water, we can put in these basic services and so on. So in a way, we're close, but I think Sakaja had an edge. And I think Sakaja was speaking more to governance and politics, while Igathe was, like an elected NMS, if I can call it.
That's how the professor sees it. Karen, coming to you, earlier on you said Nairobi doesn't need a politician, doesn't need a businessman or a corporate titan, it needs a leader. Did you see a leader on that stage tonight?
Yeah, both gentlemen showcased qualities of leadership. And let me just point out a few things that I liked and what I did not like in how everything went. Like a number of us have said, I expected that Sakaja would actually apologize for showing up late. But I'm glad he still showed up anyway. But just that apology would send a statement to people that, you know what, I actually respect your time. But that did not come out, so that wasn't good. However, his idea about what he has in terms of housing, in terms of water, resolving the issue about revenue generation policy implementation, I think that was good because it was quite practical. Igathe, on the other hand, I liked what he said, that he would like to continue with the work that has already happened or work that has already started, because then a lot of times when there's regime change, you then see new MPs, new governors coming up and starting fresh projects and leaving stalling projects, and that is problematic. Something else that I liked with what Igathe said was about performance contracting, making sure that you're getting paid and yes, you're actually performing, because then we can see that is already working very well in public service. The other bit, at the beginning, he actually sort of tried to be relatable to the Nairobians, to the residents of Nairobi, by saying, mimi ningependa kuhudumia watu wa Nairobi. Mimi, I am a product of healthcare, public schooling, and being relatable. I think he did a good job in terms of that. A potential danger, though, although I think maybe it could have been just him getting back at Sakaja by saying wale watu ambao hawakwenda shule wanakosa nidhamu and stuff like that, because then we have a number of individuals, especially young people, who dropped out of school, who are not in training, not in education, and they are like over 40% of the population of the unemployed young people. So I think hapo kuna shida kidogo, but generally this was such a hot, heated debate. It was really good.
I like the way you've put it. Go ahead.
I think it's only unfortunate that we didn't have choices. We have either Sakaja or Igathe.
What do you mean you didn't have choices?
There are no choices.
Four other candidates duly cleared by the IBC.
Those guys,
some with manifestos.
The entire panel gave them 3 out of 10. Now, you see, if we had more choices, and this is why I regret why Timothy Wanyonyi was denied this opportunity. Because Timothy Wanyonyi has everything we are looking for. He's humble, he shows humility, he has experience in leadership, he is a good manager, he's a good team player. He has everything that you are looking for. It is extremely unfortunate that the powers that be never gave him an opportunity to serve. And I know I'm saying this at the cost of a very high cost.
I thought you aligned with Azimio and
No, I'm saying this at a very high cost. But I better say it than keep quiet. That we should have had many choices. Then Nairobians would have said, okay, maybe this one is arrogant, or maybe this one doesn't, but this one doesn't have a certificate, this one has a certificate, and this one's a big private sector. You need somebody with all those skills put together. And that should have been Timothy.
Wanjiru is vehemently agreeing.
Yes. It was a point. I think the 26%, I think the 26%, a large number of those are unhappy with the choices. Exactly. Because they are saying we deserve better. Exactly. We've invested. We've seen Tim Wanyonyi grow his career. He's been MP now for 2 terms. He's done very well.
Been a councillor.
And there was an expectation.
But what guarantee do you have that if he was here today, you wouldn't be putting him through the same scrutiny that you've put through?
No, he would be put, but it's the expectation that we would have a choice. Now we have a tailor-made, we've got a project, and we have, somebody else. And we have to choose between these. And like you said, it's not cut and dried. Hence the 26%.
Prof. Omenya?
That is what happens when you have good people who are qualified, who have a track record, who don't present themselves up to run for office.
He did present himself, but then there was the party rigged him out.
Prof. Omenya, go ahead.
Yeah, I think I agree 100%. I'm just adding to those sentiments that, again, I mean, overall, tonight we've been disappointed because Nairobi is the biggest economy outside of Kenya. And the governor of Nairobi, we expect to be a person capable of running this country. And there are expectations we have of that individual in terms of the way they carry themselves, in terms of duty of care, in terms of the depth with which they think through things that affect Wananchi and so on. And what we're seeing here are actually juveniles who still need a lot of growth to be at that particular level where you can say yes.
Professor, I don't think it's fair to call adults.
I've withdrawn and apologize to the two juveniles.
Yeah.
But can I put it differently?
Professor, please.
Let me put it differently.
Don't make it worse.
No, I actually want to tell you something that was written in my class WhatsApp group as the debate was going on. They say the two boys can govern the city.
They use the word boys.
Yeah, but then they go into a better place. Both still remain fine gentlemen, but the city needs more. And that last part that I want to focus on. If we forget the analogies, I think the critical thing, and you hear the percentage 65, 63, if we got a half of what we had in Igathe and a half of what we had in Polycarp, we would be able to get the governor we need. And that is possible. Unfortunately, we are going to get half full as opposed to the complete governor that we need. And I think that's the challenge that we're having in terms of Nairobi. As I said when we were starting this conversation, and remember when I was comparing with my county, Homa Bay, I was making the point that we need governors, good governors across the country, but we need an exceptional governor in Nairobi. Because Nairobi is not just one of the 47 counties. It is the city, the capital city, international city. Unfortunately, watching today, and if you are looking for that international status, you're looking for that super status, you still don't get it from the two gentlemen. And
Professor,
I think that's the challenge.
Let me cross over because I now have 7 minutes or less and immediately hear from you. Karen, I'll start with you. What do the 7 who then showed up, 6 who showed up for this debate now do moving forward? In one word, what more can they do to build up from what's happened here tonight?
I think do some research and get more information and factual information about what needs to be done in the city, for the residents of the city, and actually go out and do that. So just a little more research. The two final candidates definitely did their homework, especially Sakaja has the information and all that stuff. But just the bit to go out there, do a little more research about what needs to be done, align themselves, and make sure they get to do that when they get elected.
And Prof, just as briefly, some would say, look at previous debates. Some didn't even show up and they won the elections.
Yes.
Your panel is talking as if winning debates is winning elections.
No, not at all. In fact, I think really to be fair to the two gentlemen, we are very happy that you've got people that you can actually listen to.
Yeah.
So that was positive, and they did actually engage with the issues. In fact, for me, it's an issue of having. I'm happy that I had high expectations of them. And those expectations are not totally destroyed.
Okay.
There's some candidates that I would not even have bothered having an expectation about. But my only message to them is this.
And your final message, please.
And that's my final message. That this is an extremely serious job, governing Nairobians. Please think through your ideas and your policies, especially the critical ones that will take this county forward.
Okay, I'll stop you there. I have 5 minutes. Final comment from you. What more can the candidates do?
Okay, now for the ones who are calling fringe candidates.
28 days to go.
I would suggest that they just pack off and go home, and
Philip Kisia, surely.
No, I'm telling you, and it came from Wanjiru. Let them pack off, go home.
You're telling Kenneth Nyamwamu, you're telling Haman Brewali, you're telling Mwadime.
Then start from somewhere. You can start from Member of Parliament or MCA, or then grow, get experience. Okay, for the two gentlemen. They need to appreciate that leadership is about inspiring people. Leadership is about being able to get people in one basket to move in one direction willingly, competently, enthusiastically.
Okay, I'll take that as your final comment, and that's a good place to leave it. Wanjiru?
I think for me it's one, looking at these two candidates, citizens either way will need to hold them to account. These leaders need humility to listen, to round off. For Igathe, he needs to understand the human rights-based approach. For Sakaja, we need to get that real servant leadership that he's listening, strengthen on that accountability. But the lesson is to us as citizens. Don't be discouraged by the choices. Go and vote for whoever, but let us be vigilant and hold them to account and force them to raise the level of their performance.
And all this is possible in 28 or so days.
Well, they need to be reflecting. You see, they're out on the campaign trail. They need to practice humility. They need to learn human rights-based approach.
Okay.
Citizens need to vote and choose and hold leaders to account, because we've seen what we are working with. We need to keep growing and forcing them to grow and come closer to our expectations.
And keep them accountable. Professor Dote.
I think some very few things. Number one, for Herman, I think this was a great opportunity that he used well. I think he needs to continue doing what he did. The future is bright for him. For these other two candidates, I think I just have three things for them. Number one, they need to speak to us much more in the remaining 28 days. And as they do, they need to focus on the 24% undecided. I think today, they didn't do enough on that 24%. I think they focused much on their base. But they need to focus on the 24%. And I think the last thing, which I struggled with, the 100 days. As we said at the start, what is critical is implementation. They need to sharpen what they will do quickly to be able to turn the ship around. That for me would be critical.
Okay, and we certainly hope that they did not change.
I have my parting shot. Just one. Let Nairobi residents be involved, get to know your candidates, understand what the issues are, and go and vote. It is important, and your vote does count.
Your vote does count, and that's a good place to leave it. We are going to have to wrap it here. Let me thank my panelists. This has been phenomenal. I'm glad to have had each of you here. Karen Wakoli, who's the founder and executive director, Emerging Leaders Foundation. Professor Alfred Omenya, an urban development expert. We've had Philip Kisia, former Nairobi town clerk. Wanjiro Gikonya, who's the national coordinator for the Institute for Social Accountability, and of course Professor Collins Odote, an associate dean, Faculty of Law at the University of Nairobi. Let me just quickly read one interesting message I've received from Justina Wamai, the running mate to Professor Wajakoya of the Roots Party. She says she's looking forward to attending the debate next week, Tuesday, but she says please give us more time to articulate our issues. I'm sure the organizers of this debate have had, but of course we cannot have too much time, otherwise the debate would never end. But Justina, I have read your message, and we look forward to having you here at the Catholic University next week, Catholic University of Eastern Africa next week, Tuesday, for that debate that will kick off pretty much around the same one as the others that did here today. Let me also thank some of the organizers who've made this event a possibility, and this debate a possibility today, having concluded the first ever Nairobi Governors Debate, brought to you by the Presidential Debate Secretariat, the Media Council of Kenya, of course, and also the Kenya Editors Guild. And also on behalf of the wider media fraternity that has made this a possibility, it's also in partnership with Amnesty International, the Catholic University, Diamond Trust Bank, Homeboys, Kenya Association of Manufacturers, Kenya Human Rights Commission, Linton's Academy, Kenya Daima, NHIF, Okoa Uchumi, the Institute of Social Accountability, UNDP, Usawa Agenda, and Oxfam as well. We look forward to having you tune in across all TV and radio stations on the 19th of this month, next week, Tuesday, for the next debate, where the deputy president candidates from each who have been cleared by the IEBC have been invited to attend those debates. And the other week, which is the Tuesday, should be the 26th for the presidential debates as well. And they'll be held here to give you a chance as a voter to make up your mind to decide who you will vote for on the 9th of August, 2022. On behalf of the whole team, a big team, over 100 journalists, producers, editors, and so forth, who've made this production possible, thank you for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure bringing you this debate from 4 p.m. when we kicked off until now. My name is Wahiga Mwaura from Citizen TV. I wish you a good night.
Kupata ulimi na mafikira kama Skiza Tune kwenye simu yako, bonyeza *811 *8